PBU with the Speaker of the House, Honorable Moses Wetangula, presiding over this afternoon sitting. Enjoy your viewing.
Mheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao hajasahau wamezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
The quorum bell at the National Assembly is currently ringing as per the directives by the Speaker of the National Assembly for members of Parliament to make their way into the chamber this afternoon. And as you wait for a signal from the Sergeant-at-Arms, you can see them on your screens, keeping tabs with the members of Parliament making their way into the chamber to bottom line ascertain whether the House has quorum. Allow me to take you through some of the agenda for consideration by the House this afternoon, where the House is also set to consider the report of the audited accounts of state corporations for Central Region, the Political Parties Amendment Bill number 2. This is a bill originating from the Senate. Bill number 26 of the year 2024 is currently at the second reading stage. And this bill is by the leader of the majority party. And this afternoon, we anticipate debate on this bill where members will be giving their remarks on the amendments proposed in the Political Parties Amendment Bill number 2 from the Senate. Consideration of Sessional Paper number 7 of 2024 on the National Sanitation Management Policy is a motion by a chairperson, Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation, and the chair of the Blue Economy Committee, on behalf of his committee, is seeking to have the National Assembly adopt the report of the committee on its consideration of the Sessional Paper number 7 of the year 2024 on the National Sanitation Management Policy. The committee has already laid its report on the table of the House and is further seeking approval of Sessional Paper number 7, subject to revisions as contained in the report of the committee. The ratification and agreement of fishery subsidies, this being a motion by the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation, is lined up for debate this afternoon. But away from the motions and a number of bills, the House passed on to Standing Orders number 44 rather, subsection 2C, we'll be having understanding orders number 44 subsection 2C, statements responded to. These are statements that were sought by honorable members of parliament and were handled by various committees of the House. The request for answers on the alleged discriminatory screening protocols imposed on passengers flying to and from the northern region was a statement that was sought by Honorable Mohammed Dawood, MP for Wajir West. And these answers will be provided by the Committee on Administration and Internal Security. The Departmental Committee on Matter Security was yet handling another statement, and this statement is by Honorable Tindi Mwale. Tindi Mwale wanted the committee to provide answers on the disruption of performance of Echoes of War play by Butere girls, this being an issue that elicited mixed reactions across the country. The Committee on Administration and Internal Security will be responding to that request for statements. Honorable Zamzam Mohammed, Member of Parliament for Mombasa County, wanted to know issues relating to the death of Mr. Yusuf Ali Abdi following the collapse of demolished building in Mombasa County. The response to that statement will be done by the Committee on Administration. The Budget and Appropriations Committee is set to respond to the status of implementation of the government's directive to securitize a portion of the road maintenance levy. This was an issue raised by Honorable Paul Abur, the MP for Rongo. We have a number of members of parliament whose request for clarification and answers on a number of issues are also set to be responded to this afternoon. Among them is Honorable Momina Bonaya, the MP for Isiolo County, who wanted clarity on salary enhancement for teachers in municipality areas in Isiolo County. Challenges faced by teachers and police officers in accessing medical service arising from their medical cover is an issue that was raised by Honorable Mushangi Karemba, Member of Parliament for Runyenjes, and that request for clarity on the matter of challenges of teachers and police officers accessing medical services. The answers to that will be provided by the Departmental Committee on Matters Health. The National Cohesion and Integration Bill, National Assembly Bills number 74 of the year 2023 by the Chairperson Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunities is currently at the second stage, being one of the bills before Parliament. And from the signals coming from the chamber, the quorum has been attained. So kindly allow me to hand over for this live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing.
I have a quorum to transact business. Clerk, proceed.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader, I know Owen Bayer has rushed out to look for members to constitute quorum. Honorable Meli, you are sufficiently senior. Can you present those papers? Owen Bayer is here. He'll do it.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, you know how to do the work of this.
Sorry,
of the
Owen,
whip.
I know you're also senior, but I saw
Bowen is senior.
I saw Meli because he was standing. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, May 27th, 2025, in the afternoon sitting. A. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the years ended 30th June 2023 and 30th June 2024 and certificates therein in respect of 1. Borabu Teachers Training College, 2. Kapcherop Training Technical and Vocational College, 3. Kenyanya Teachers Training College, and 4. University of Kabianga Enterprise and Services Limited. B. Reports of the Auditor General financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024 and the certificates therein in respect of Ebukanga Technical and Vocational College, Kenya African National Union, KANU, Kenya Dairy Board Staff Mortgage Scheme, 4. Kenya Maritime Authority Staff Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme, 5. Kenya Veterinary Board, 6. Mabadiliko Part of Kenya, 7. Mwea Rice Mills Limited, 8. National Land Commission Staff Car Loan Scheme Fund, 9. National Rainbow Coalition, 10. National Reconstruction Alliance, 11. Salaries and Remuneration Commission, Mortgage and Car Loan, 12. State Department for Housing and Urban Development, 13. State Department for Performance and Delivery Management, 14. Wajir Girls Secondary School, 15. Wajir South Technical and Vocational College, 16. Water Services Regulatory Board Car Loan and Mortgage Fund, and 17. Honorable Speaker, Western Kenya Rice Mills Limited. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Before we go to statements, honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's Gallery, Civilie Secondary School from Navaholo, Kakamega, and in the Public Gallery, Kieni Girls High School, Runyenjes, Embu, and Tumtum Girls High School from Mathira, Nyeri. I've been asked by Honorable Wangwe to give him an opportunity to welcome the school from Navaholo, and he can do so to all the 2 other schools.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to first and foremost appreciate and thank you for giving me this opportunity to welcome the great Civilia Secondary School from my constituency, Navaholo. Honorable Speaker, this school is the best school, number 2, in the entire county of Kakamega, displacing so many national schools. And Honorable Speaker, as much as we are in the rural constituency, they demonstrate a very good performance in terms of academic excellence. Allow me to remind them that, Honorable Speaker, coming to the National Assembly today is only but a beginning for you, that as age catches up with us in future, you are the future leaders, and I want to welcome you that in future you come and sit where we are. For the entire student population that has visited the National Assembly today, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this great August House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I appreciate.
Thank you, Murugara. You want to also jump into that boat?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for allowing me to jump into the boat to welcome the young students who are both in the public and the Speaker's Gallery, pointing out Kieni Girls from Embu and Tumutumu from Nyeri, and the other school from Navaholo. These are all great schools, girls' schools, very well known in the country. They perform so well, and this is an opportunity to them to come and see what their leaders do here. So may they feel welcome to observe the proceedings and to feel that today they have actually had an interaction with the leaders, their parents-elect, and the leaders they themselves aspire to be in the future. May they feel welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On behalf of the House and myself, I welcome the students and their teachers and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Now we'll go to the statements. Mohammed Daoud, member for Wajir East. The response is from administration. Russell, are you ready? I was called by your chairman, Tongoyo. He said he'll be here at 3:30 to issue a statement on the Koimburi disappearance and reappearance.
Uh,
3:30.
Mr. Speaker, maybe you give us a few minutes.
Tindi Mwale, that is also to you. Are you ready with that? Do you need another few minutes? Administration, put your papers together. Let's go to request by Paul Abor. Is Paul Abor in the house? Paul Abor? Not in the house. Request put aside for another opportunity next week. Mumina Bonaya. Mumina Bonaya. Not here. Cases. Yours is a request, right? Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for granting me the opportunity to make the following request. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44, section 2 and C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the recent declaration of certain positions in Moi University redundant. Honorable Speaker, on 2nd April 2025, the Moi University issued a notice of intention to declare a significant number of positions in the institution redundant due to alleged financial constraint. The affected staff presumed that the process would be transparent, consultative, and lawful. It is alleged that the institution procured the service of an external consultant to undertake this exercise. On 13 May 2025, the institution proceeded to issue termination letters without exhausting consultative process with the staff. The redundancy has rendered many jobless, thereby affecting their source of livelihood and those of their dependents. In addition, the list of the positions declared redundant allegedly include names of those who had since left the service through retirement, those deceased, or those whose employment had already been terminated. The process raises questions on whether the payroll of the institution had been audited. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. Number one, a detailed report on the process undertaken by Moi University in their declaration of certain positions as redundant in their letter dated 13 May 2025, steps that were taken by the institution to ensure transparency and fairness, including providing a report regarding the procurement process of the external consultant. Indication of whether the university explored other options with regards to declaration of redundancies, including retention of staff on rationalized pay. Number four, a detailed list of all positions in the institution and the staff establishment specifying a list of those rendered redundant, the names of the affected staff, and their ethnic background. Number five, report on whether a human resource and financial audit was undertaken by the institution and the outcome in relation to the process, if any. And lastly, measures being taken by the government to ensure that all public universities uphold fair labor practices. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I submit. Thank you.
Yes, who is from education? Julius? Yes, DK, just 1 minute. You want to joyride on that?
Not even joyriding. The matter is so serious as it concerns the whole of Uasin Gishu, and I'll beg that you just give me 1 minute so that I can add my voice on this very serious matter.
That is what joyriding means.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Speaker. Thank you very much. The matter being raised by CPA Honorable Ruto is so serious. The fact that about 890 employees are being given letters under the redundancy program is so serious, given that if you look at the problems that has been facing Moi University, since 2018, they have not been able to submit their liabilities, including pensions, including loans that the staff had taken. Now these staff being told to go home. They have no pension, they have pension arrears, they have loan arrears in the bank, and the letter is reading that they are going to be paid 15 days, commuted 15 days for the years they have worked. Say that if somebody has worked for 10 years, then he's going to be paid 150 days.
The 1 minute is over.
So what we are saying is that we had a sitting with the CS as members from Uasin Gishu, and we had agreed that no staff is going to be laid. We had agreed that all those staff who have been declared redundant are going to be deployed in other universities. So what we are asking the ministry is that what has changed? And if at all those employees are to go home, then the university should clear their pension.
DK, I'm sure you live in Kenya. You cannot say that you'll deploy employees of one university to another. Each university is independent of the other. Yes, you can't say that. I'm sure you know the law. Well, yes, Bowen. Melly will answer that, but basic knowledge we know is that you cannot transfer an accountant from University of Nairobi
and in
to
addition,
Meru University or to any other.
And in addition, Honorable Speaker, I support my good friend here. But in addition, just a point of information to the Honorable DK, Moi University is not a university of Uasin Gishu. It is not a university of Uasin Gishu. It is a university, Mr. Speaker, where all employees, or almost all the employees, they are from all over Kenya.
It's a national university.
It's a national university, Mr. Speaker. And many of those employees, they come from Bungoma, they are from Mombasa, everywhere. It is not a Uasin Gishu business. It's a concern for all of us. It's a concern of Kenyans.
You can't be more right. Melly?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issue raised by member for KSS is very weighty and very important. And I'll fast track this and make sure that I give
Can you
detail.
bring a response in 2 weeks? We
Yes.
have a very heavy backlog of
Yes.
statements.
I'll be able to bring it in 2 weeks or even earlier than that. Thank you.
Whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Abdul Haro, a response to your statement by Energy. Honorable Chairman, are you ready?
Honorable Speaker, I've not gotten the response yet from the ministry, but again, as you're directed, Honorable Speaker, you remember you're directed that we sit with the members of parliament from that area, all of us, yes. And now that we are back, then we can be able to agree on the date so that we can be able to synergize all the issues.
Your colleague is right behind you, so
thank you.
Discuss and agree and advise the clerk.
Okay.
Muchang Karemba. Muchang Karemba, that is a statement from Chair Health, but I've been advised by Honorable Nyikal that he's not ready. We'll put it to tomorrow, but tomorrow we're already crowded. Put it to Tuesday. Honorable Nyikal, Tuesday. Daniel Carrido, member for Igembe Central, is he in the house? Mumina Bonaya. Honorable Meli, Chairman Education, are you ready with the response for Honorable Mumina Bonaya? Statement number 5.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, we had invited the CS, but he has not appeared before us because he had an official visit outside the country. Therefore, we could not handle that.
So you are not ready?
We are not ready, yes.
How much time do you want?
1 week.
So next week on Wednesday, you can list it, clerk, for the morning session. Yes, DK?
Thank you, Speaker. You remember just before we went to recess, I had a very strong statement on those teachers who have not been employed and they are over 45 years. You had clearly ordered, I think the chair is not listening, you had clearly ordered the chair that when the session resumes, he will come up with a statement. And I was here yesterday, I waited, I didn't hear anything from him. And today, chances are he might not be having anything. Maybe he can tell us what is really happening.
DK appears to know your predicament. Do you have a response?
I don't have a response, Honorable Speaker, and I think I had engaged him, and he's aware that I don't have a statement. So I don't know why he rose and said the same. Very unprocedural.
In any case, it's not listed.
Yes.
Let's go back to administration. Honorable Raso, are you ready with any? Which one?
Discriminatory screening protocol.
That is the one of Mohammed Dawood.
Yes.
Dawood in the house? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the member for Wajir East constituency, Honorable Mohammed Dawood, has requested a statement on alleged discriminatory screening protocols imposed on passengers flying to and from the northeastern region. The honorable member sought to be informed justification for continued requirement for special clearance for flights to and from Wajir, the reasons for rescreening passengers from Wajir upon arrival at Wilson Airport, the measures put in place to ensure uniform screening procedure for all domestic flights, and fourth, the steps taken to revise the Air Navigation Regulation 1985. Honorable Speaker, on the first request for justification, the requirement for special flight clearance is critical due to the significant security challenges present in restricted regions, including northeastern part of Eastern Coast, Nyanza, and Rift Valley. These areas face persistent threats of terrorism, regional stability, and technological limitation. Current air traffic control radar systems do not detect aircraft flying around or close to the Kenya border below 10,000 feet, reinforcing the need for special clearance to ensure accountability and oversight of low-altitude flight. The clearances are valid for 3 months, with renewal options available 1 month in advance. This system has proven efficient with no significant operational challenges. Security concerns in restricted areas remain the primary reason for retaining the clearance requirement, particularly for unmanned aerodromes. The special clearance requirement ensures that all air operations, regardless of location, adhere to strict security measures to prevent unauthorized flights. The Aeronautical Information Publication Guides, air navigation must align with periodic updates mandated by the International Civil Aviation Organization. Second part, Honorable Speaker, the reasons for rescreening passengers. This rescreening is informed by the prevailing security situation in those regions. Third, measures put in place to ensure uniform screening procedures for all domestic flights. Honorable Speaker, the rescreening is not meant to discriminate any of the passengers. Rather, it is meant to enhance security measures for the passengers and the security of the nation. Fourth, the steps being taken to revise the Air Navigation Regulation 1985. Honorable Speaker, the current clearance process is functional and there are no difficulties in obtaining a special flight clearance in light of the prevailing security situation. It is imperative that the special flight clearance requirement remain in force. The Ministry remains open to further feedback and will consider any substantial evidence that may emerge warranting a review of those measures in the future. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, you are done? Daud, are you done, Raso? Mike. Give Honorable Raso the mic.
I am done on the statement sought by Honorable Daud.
So you sit and wait for any clarification you may wish to have. Daud, if you are satisfied, we move to the next.
I am definitely not satisfied, Mr.
Go ahead and seek clarification.
Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that the chairman who comes from Marsabit will talk about areas near Somali border. Marsabit is hundreds of kilometers from Somali border, and I wonder why Marsabit is also part of the restricted airspace. Mr. Speaker, this answer is just a canned answer that has been given by the minister. The minister doesn't seem to know the security situation in northern Kenya. I come from Wajir. The airport is in a military base. The airport is guarded by Kenya Air Force, Kenya Army, General Service Unit, the National Intelligence, and American forces. If that airport is insecure, I wonder which airport in Kenya is secure. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I will request that the minister be called into the House to explain this kind of answers that is just given for the sake of giving answers. People flying from Wajir who are screened in that airport, which is a military airport, are screened here in Wilson Airport. Wilson is like a marketplace, while Wajir Airport is a security area. And here is the chairman who comes from the area just parroting again answers given by a minister who doesn't know what he's talking about. If there is any insecure area, it's the area where the minister comes from, which is Kerio Valley. And it's not part of these restricted areas. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not satisfied.
Yes.
I need more answers.
Bashir. Give Major Bashir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the answers given by the minister, as Honorable Dauda said, really don't make sense. The regulations that they are relying on were published in 1985, before the new constitution. So as we speak, those regulations don't even have the full force of law. And I want to request that these regulations be brought before this House so that we can look at them critically to see whether they are fit for purpose. They can't talk about insecurity all the time and deny Kenyans the opportunity to travel seamlessly in the country. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to request, even through your office, that those regulations were done in 1985, before the new constitution. So they are not even, don't have the full force of law. They are illegal in the first place. So I want to urge them that they should be brought before the House and before the Committee of Delegated Session so we can look at them critically.
Thank you. Junet. Raso, I hope you are listening.
Mr. Speaker, this matter that has been raised by Honorable Daud is a very, very important matter. Mr. Speaker, the so-called regulations are saying that if you are to fly from here to Migori, you must seek permission from the Ministry of Interior. Mr. Speaker, and emergencies can happen, anything can happen. You see, before the new constitution came into place, the ministers could do regulations the way they want. But now these regulations don't have the force of law because they have never been passed in this house. So as far as we are concerned as a house, those regulations are not in force. We want to tell the airlines to ignore it because until the regulations are brought here and they are passed by this house so that they can have force of law, Mr. Speaker, that is just an opinion by the ministry that if you want to fly to Migori or Wajir, you seek permission from us. That's just an opinion. But if they want to make sure that it is followed as law, then they must bring it to this house so that it can have the force of law. So from today, Mr. Speaker, make a communication here that those regulations were before the new constitution. Those were just like any other thing. They are not in force at all. So I think, Mr. Honorable Dawood, I know most of the airlines, some of them belong to your relatives. Just tell them to ignore those people. Yeah, there's no need of asking for permission. Tell your relatives to ignore those people.
Yakub, is it Honorable Yakub? Honorable Yusuf, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to also add my voice to this issue. Mr. Speaker, the answer read by Honorable Raso is completely misplaced. Mr. Speaker, what the minister, the CS, is saying is not here nor there. He's talking about, he's giving justification of somebody who was screened by a military officer, by a police officer, by a KAA, again rescreened in the airport here. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't make sense. That person, while he was airborne, flying from Wajir, probably to Wilson Airport, how can he have other security issues? Where does he get bombs or anything that will going to create problems to this country? It doesn't make sense. Mr. Speaker, the CS said it is not discriminatory, but I believe that is a discriminatory issue. Nowhere else or no passenger from any other airport is screened in this country unless they are only those who are coming from northern Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we want this regulation to be brought to this house, debated, seen, and again, it's a null and void and ratified to be uniform to everywhere within the country. Mr. Speaker, what the President of the Republic of Kenya was advocating for is equality and justice for all of us. We have talked about
point made.
We have talked about the removal.
Yes, Owen, you've made your point, Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker, I want to speak on the issue of regulations as enunciated by the leader here, minority leader. You see, the issue of regulations, the law states that the minister may bring regulations, may. Does not, it's not actually compelled to do that. That's one. Two, the traditions in this house is that regulations only come to the floor of the house when they have been rejected by the committee, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, we need to look at this so that actually regulations find their way.
Honorable Bias.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
Let me educate my colleague leader. Under the new constitution, anything that should have force of law must pass through this house. So regulations are subsidiary legislations. If a minister wants to enforce them, he must bring them here so that we can put soul of force of law into it. So don't erode the powers of the house. don't erode the powers of the House. He may bring, that's a choice, but if he wants to use the regulations, he must bring them here. Yeah.
Yes, Owen.
Absolutely what Honorable Junet is saying, and we are the
You
same
are
spirit.
agreeing with him, but what
Yes,
you are
my
saying,
problem-
what you are saying
Yes.
had a different meaning.
No. Or to the extent of what he has said, I agree with him. But Honorable Speaker, there's
When
one
the
also,
law says may bring,
Yes.
and if it doesn't bring, then there are no regulations. It's as simple as that.
Correct, Honorable
Yes.
Speaker. But what I have a problem with, and which probably we need to look at rules and procedure, Honorable Speaker, is that regulations that have been rejected by the committee will be brought to this House and tabled at the tabled for approval or for adoption. But if the committee does not have a problem with the regulations, the committee decision passes.
Order, Honorable Mbaya.
Yes.
You are pursuing an abstract argument that has no relevance. The issue is there are regulations in force. Your colleagues are saying they have never been brought to this House, so they are not regulations. So, Raso, can you answer that?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I believe the minister was very clear when he was responding to this. And he was saying the threat of terrorism. If honorable members in this House are saying no to that, then they must vigorously challenge that position. Secondly, regional stability. If the neighboring countries are unstable, and we have problems of small arms and light weapons, and even things like mortars and rockets that are able to get into our country. Then the third one is said technological limitation, that if an aircraft is flying below the radar, that is, if it is flying below 10,000 feet, it means it can fly below the radar. So for that reason, what the minister has said, for security of everybody and everything, that is why they are enforcing this. But if we can challenge to say that there is no need to have that, he is actually saying in closing, we will consider any substantial evidence that may emerge warranting a review of measures that are in place. So I think it is very clear. The minister is saying these are the issues, but if you have compelling reasons that why it must be lifted, he said you come forward and give the necessary evidence for that. And I know some of the honorable colleagues who are challenging this are owners of aircrafts. I think there's freedom of using the Kenyan airspace. Yes, there's freedom of using the Kenyan airspace, but security of Kenya remains paramount. Mr. Speaker, I beg to.
Yes, Bashir. You are the owner of aircrafts?
Honorable Speaker, and the issue is not about who owns, who doesn't own aircrafts. The issue is that the regulations that are currently operating are illegal. They have not been passed by this House. So even we want you to, Mr. Speaker, to give direction that either they bring to the committee or they are declared illegal. It's not about who owns, who doesn't own. They are owned by Kenyans. That's the fact. So let's agree that they are illegal and they are operating without the law.
Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we agree. We agree as a House, yes, the regulations must come. But I agree also with Honorable Raso that indeed, in terms of security,
Order, women rep for Garissa.
even when you are flying from the US and you pass through Dubai, you go through security and you went through security. So for me, I think the paramount question here is that we must take care of security also. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
David, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me speak to this. The regulations are normally published and approved by Parliament, and they say in force for 10 years. After 10 years, they lapse. What the relevant ministry should do is either bring new regulation, publish new regulations in the Kenya Gazette. They will take effect immediately for almost 28 days while the Committee on Delegated Legislation is considering them. Or the other option is they have lapsed, that means there is no existence of regulations. Or the other option that what they can do is they can come and seek from the committee extension of the regulations while they produce new regulations. So it's just that there is inaction by the minister. So what should happen is the Committee on Delegated Legislation should summon the minister. But I think someone from this house must move that committee to summon the minister and ask the minister, you're using regulations that have lapsed. You either need to have those extended or republish a fresh set of regulations which can be considered. That is, I think, the way it's supposed to work. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Jeanette.
Mr. Speaker, there's a bit of confusion. Mr. Speaker, what we are discussing here is not the persons who are being carried by the aeroplanes. Those people should be subjected to screening because every airport, you must be screened. What we are discussing are the aircraft. Mr. Speaker, if today yourself, because you have to go for work to Wajir or Migori, for example, and you are to leave tomorrow morning at 8 for that work, the aeroplane that's supposed to carry you, Mr. Speaker, must seek permission from the Ministry of Interior that we are carrying the Speaker of the National Assembly to Migori. Can we have permission to take him there? Mr. Speaker, how do we live in this country like that? And you are first class citizen. Leave alone Dawood and this group was second class. This one's, there's no problem. Why should that happen to people like me, Mr. Speaker, from Migori, who's also 1.5 class? I'll not be like you, but 1.5 class, Mr. Speaker. So that's the problem. Well, it is the aircraft people are discussing, not the people. The people must be screened. The people must be put through screening and everything. But why should an aircraft seek permission to go to Migori? That's the question I'm asking the minister.
Honorable Raso, this seems to cut across security and transport. Talk to your ministry that you oversight and advise them if they have any regulations and have not been brought to this house, then they are not regulations. So they can bring the regulations, the committee will look at them, approve them, amend them in whatever form, then they'll get a force of law. I agree with you, we can't compromise security, neither should we in the name of security do anything illegal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, well guided.
Which other one do you have?
For Butere girls.
Is Tindi Mwale here? He's not here. So the statement is stayed. They'll seek another date from the clerk's office. Is Paul Abor here? Not here. Let's go to Mama Zamzam. Is she here? You have her statement?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, regarding the death of Mr. Yusuf Ali Abdi. Honorable Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Mombasa County, Honorable Zamzam Mohammed, requested a statement regarding the unfortunate death of Mr. Yusuf Ali Abdi following the partial collapse of the demolished building in Mombasa. The member sought to be informed measures taken by the government to support the family of the late Mr. Yusuf Ali Abdi. Secondly, status report on the investigation into the collapse of the building. One, following the incident, a multi-agency response team was activated to retrieve the body of Yusuf Ali Abdi, a 36-year-old male adult. Through this coordinated effort, the body of the deceased was successfully retrieved from the rubble of the collapsed building and taken to Coast General Hospital mortuary for preservation and autopsy. Postmortem examination conclusively determined that the cause of death was due to multiple injuries sustained from the collapse of the building. Standard police procedures were conducted and the body was handed over to the family for final interment at Kikowani Cemetery. An inquest file number 1/2025 was officially opened by DCI Urban to facilitate further inquiry into the circumstances surrounding his death. The case is pending under investigation. 2. Status report on the investigation. Honorable Speaker, on 2nd April 2025 at around 1840 hours, the building partially collapsed, setting onto its basement, hence becoming structurally unstable. A multi-agency investigation team was immediately constituted, led by officials drawn from the Ministry of Public Works Headquarters, Nairobi, to establish the root cause of the structural failure. Investigations are currently at an advanced stage, and upon conclusion of the inquiry, appropriate legal action will be taken against any individual or entity found culpable in accordance with the law. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Now, Mazamzam, you're satisfied?
Mheshimiwa Spika, sijaridhika kwa sababu mimi nilitaka kujua waingie kwa kina. Tujue yule ambaye alikuwa anajenga mjengo ule aliweza kutumia njia ambayo ni sawa, na kwa nini amejenga mjengo ambao ameongezea juu hata zaidi ikashinda zile nguvu za chini. Mheshimiwa Spika, ndio huyu Yusuf aweze kupatikana pale katika mtihani mpaka akapoteza maisha yake. Mheshimiwa Spika, Yusuf alikuwa ni mfanyikazi tu wa pale, mwanabiashara mdogo wa pale Marikiti, na ameacha mjane na watoto. Mpaka sasa hatujui familia yake wanakula namna gani, bado tunaambiwa inachunguza na muda umechukua mrefu sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo mimi naomba wizara ambayo inahusika, ambayo nimeuliza maswali, waweze kunambia yule mke mjane wa Yusuf na familia yake mpaka sasa amefidiwa ama hajafidiwa, manake tayari keshazikwa na mjane ataka kula, watoto ataka kusoma na kila kitu. Mheshimiwa Spika, na kisha tujue hatua gani imechukuliwa kwa yule ambaye alikuwa anajenga mjengo ule, badala ya ghorofa 6 akapeleka ghorofa 11. Mheshimiwa Spika, asante sana.
Honorable Raso, have you established any criminal culpability?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I do appreciate what Honorable Zamzam is raising. Indeed, this was a very unfortunate incident. Because in this particular response by the minister, actually is saying that there was a structural problem with the building. And following the death of Yusuf, what they have done is to open an inquest, and also they are going further, because this is multi-agency. The Ministry of Works must also be involved in this particular case. So for now, this is just an interim response from what we are getting, but they are likely to do further investigation on both sides, on criminal culpability and also possible compensation to the victim. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Tongo, are you ready? Yes. I instructed you yesterday and directed you and Epuyo Nanok to do two things. One, to visit Honorable Koimburi in hospital, and two, to bring a statement and furnish information to the House on his disappearance and subsequent reappearance. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And as you had properly said, the House recalled that yesterday in the afternoon session, you did instruct I and Honorable Nanok to visit Honorable Kaimbori so that we can able to furnish the House. And Honorable Speaker, we exactly did as you did direct, and we have got here a report, one from ourselves as a result of our visit, and I equally have a report from the IG on the status update report on the investigation, on ongoing investigation concerning the alleged abduction. And Honorable Speaker, I want to read a jointly signed report between myself and my colleague, Honorable Nanok, on the status report regarding the visit to the Karen Hospital to assess the condition of Honorable George Okibori. Following your ruling and the House resolution yesterday on the 27th, during the afternoon sitting, I and Honorable Daniel Nanok, the MP and the chairperson for Parliamentary Broadcasting Committee, undertook the visit to the hospital on behalf of the House. We arrived in the medical facility at approximately 5:30, and upon arrival, we identified ourselves and stated the purpose of our visit, which was to check on the health and the well-being of our colleague, Honorable George Okibori, as well as to convey the goodwill message of the House and yourself, and to gather any other relevant information that might be useful to us as his colleagues in Parliament. We were asked to wait for a while, and we were kept waiting for about half an hour in the waiting bay, Honorable Speaker, after which we were informed that we could proceed to the third floor, Malindi Ward, where the Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member, is reportedly admitted. But it's good to note, Honorable Speaker, we had to keep reminding them that we were still waiting. At the ward, that is, it has got a little bit also a waiting area, we encountered 6 individuals who introduced themselves as family members and part of his office staff. Additionally, there were 2 security guards stationed at the doorstep, who informed us that it was not possible for us to see the Honorable Member at the moment. Honorable Speaker, we had to continuously reminding whoever we are getting there who we are, introducing ourselves, and keep reminding them the purpose of our visit, of which they actually confirmed that they were already aware of our intended visit following your communication. We explained that our visit was in accordance with a directive from the House Speaker, and it was purely for the well-being and the effort of our colleagues, but our request was still declined. Undeterred, we requested to speak to the doctor in charge, hoping to at least obtain a medical update. Unfortunately, this effort did not bear fruit either, as we were told the doctor was unavailable at the time. We were then introduced to a senior nurse who was on duty and managing the patient care in the ward. The nurse politely informed us that it will not be possible to see Honorable Member during our visit due to a medical advice and privacy consideration. And in fact, we were told that he was undergoing a procedure. The senior nurse did, however, assure us that the Honorable Member was in stable condition and was receiving the necessary medical care, while we were not able to see him physically. And he was, but he said that he was in stable condition. Honorable Speaker, because that is all, and we had no option other than to leave the place. We actually had to kind of, until even my colleague was like telling me we cannot push ourselves more further. It's like we were, the people who were there, Honorable Speaker, were actually kind of looking at us with a lot of suspicion, as if we were there for other reasons. And we, despite that, we keep assuring them that we just wanted to get the update of his well-being. So in regards to our visit, Honorable Speaker, that is all we had to say. So in summary, we were declined the entry. And it's good to note, Honorable Speaker, we were not the only one. I think there were other members also who were declined. But it's also good to note that a few hours before our visit, we saw a media briefing from some other political class who was allowed the entrance, and actually issued a press brief. So I don't know why it is always a coincidence. When members probably from our side try to visit, they are always denied. Honorable Speaker, on the part of the IG, the National Police Service, I've got 2 sets of statements here with me. One, which was written yesterday, and the other one was written today. And for the purposes of record, I want to start with the one on the 27th, which give a chronology of event since the alleged abduction of our colleague. Honorable Speaker, the National Police Service wishes to provide a comprehensive update on the ongoing investigation into the alleged abduction of George Ngaibori, Member of Parliament for Juja constituency. On Monday, 26 May, the attention of the National Police Service was drawn to an amateur video circulating on social media, mainstream media, purportedly showing the Member of Parliament abandoned at a farm in Juja. Police officers from Juja swiftly responded, visiting the alleged scene and thoroughly documenting the area. Upon comparing its vegetation and road dimensions at the scene, which those in the video, it was established, Honorable Speaker, that the two did not match. During the questioning, Moses Karaoke, the caretaker of the coffee farm, which is owned by Jimmy Wanjigi, stated that he had not witnessed such an incident. The officers then proceeded to the Plainview Hospital in Ruiru, where the Member of Parliament had reportedly been taken for treatment. They confirmed that the vehicle used to transport him, registration number KCJ 660P, belonged to the one to Honorable George Ngaibori, and was driven by Frida Njeri, who was also the first responder at the alleged crime scene. The hospital did not disclose the nature of the treatment or first aid administered, making it difficult to assess the extent of the alleged injury. Meanwhile, specialized team from DCI headquarters, supported by the forensic expert from the National Forensic Laboratory, were promptly deployed to the scene to conduct other examination, gather critical evidence, and establish the circumstances surrounding the alleged abduction. So far, Honorable Speaker, that is as per yesterday, the investigation team had interviewed and recorded statements from 5 individuals, and which were expected to provide the account. This progress underscores the National Police Service commitment to uncover the truth regarding the abduction allegation with the highest standard of professionalism and diligence. We will continue to pursue all leads, analyze forensic evidence, and ensure that any perpetrators are brought to justice. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, it is important to note that Honorable George Ngaibori has been under investigation for a land fraud case, and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution had already issued consent for his prosecution. Additionally, it is important to note that Honorable George Ngaibori has been under investigation, I think that one I had already read. On Friday, 23rd May 2025, the MP, fully aware of the police intention to arrest him, evaded arrest by escaping on a motorbike with his private security and swiftly off his mobile and switched off his mobile phone. His car, occupied only by his driver, who was intercepted, and the driver was arrested but later released after recording a statement. The MP only resurfaced yesterday, coinciding with the abduction claim. In conclusion, we once again urge anyone with information regarding the incident depicted in the video to report to the nearest police station or contact via a provided toll-free number 999-911-112 or the Fichua kwa DCI. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the IG state, we assure all Kenyans that we are committed to conducting this investigation with the utmost diligence to uncover the truth behind the allegation. Further update will be provided as investigation progresses. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, today at around 11 a.m., the IG issued again a presser to give the status update report, and the copy of the same here is with me, and I won't read it to the House. That is today on the 28th. Further to the press briefing issued yesterday, the National Police Service would like to inform the public of the progress made in the ongoing investigation into the alleged abduction of George Ngaibori, Member of Parliament for Juja. 3 additional individuals, Peter Kiratu, Juja CDF Chairman, Cyrus Kieru Muhia, and Karanja Gatana, were arrested and provided statements which have offered crucial leads and further insight into the alleged abduction. Peter Kiratu, the Juja CDF chairman, stated that on the 25th May, that is this year, he attended a church service at a full gospel church, Mugudha, with the MP, as they were leaving a silver Subaru Forester registration KBP 096W, approached the main entrance, and the 2 heavily built men bundled the MP into the vehicle. He reported the incident at Mugudha police station. Additionally, on the 26th May, he received a call from the MP's daughter, Wanjiru, informing him that the MP had been found in a coffee farm in Juja. They then took the MP to Plainview Hospital, Ruiru, for the first aid before he was referred to Karen Hospital for further treatment. Cyrus Kiaru Muhia, an ally of the Honorable Ngoibori, who runs a supermarket at Kahawa West area, stated that on the 25th May, he received a call from the Peter Kiratu, the CDF chair, requesting the use of his Subaru. Speaker, I think this is a very important statement. Requesting to use of his Subaru Forester registration number KDG 803B to transport the additional security personnel for the MP during an event at the Full Gospel Church. On the 25th, again, Honorable Speaker, Kiratu instructed him to go to his homestead in Mugudha, where he met a man named Gatana, driving Kiratu's vehicle registration number KBP 096W. That is the car I earlier said. Honda CRV, along with 3 unknown men. They proceeded to the church to familiarize themselves with the route before returning. Later, Kiratu called and instructed him to drive his Subaru Forester with 2 men toward the church. Upon arrival, the 2 men exited quickly, and he heard screams as the MP was forced into the vehicle. They drove toward Jacaranda Coffee Research via Kabogo Road, where the MP instructed them to stop near a waiting Honda CRV, registration number KBP 096W, belonging to Kiratu. Cyrus was left with the 2 men, who warned him not to disclose any information to the police. The police have managed to recover 2 vehicles. The Honda CRV registration number KBP 096, belonging to Peter Kiratu, and a Subaru Forester Silver in color, registration number KDG 803B, belonging to Cyrus Kiairu Muhia. Additionally, 1 suspect, Karanja Gatana, has been arrested. Gatana admitted to dropping the MP at a hotel where he had refreshments and spent the night with the 2 abductors on the 25th May 2025, following the alleged abduction. You want me to repeat that? Honorable Speaker, public demand. The police have managed to thank you, Honorable Speaker, well guided. Honorable Speaker, the police have managed to recover the 2 vehicles. I earlier said this, belonging to Cyrus Kiairu Muhia. Additionally, 1 suspect, Karanja Gatana, has been arrested. Gatana admitted to dropping the MP at a hotel where he had the refreshment and spent the night with the 2 abductors on the 25th May 2025, following the alleged abduction. He added that on the 26th May 2025, while using Kiratu's vehicle, he had picked up the MP from the hotel and took him to the scene where they claimed he had been dumped. Before the MP exited the vehicle, he helped him tear his clothes to fake evidence of torture by the alleged abductors. The National Police Service further appeals for the public's continued support and encourages anyone with information that may assist the investigation to report it to the nearest police station or through our toll-free number 999-911-112 or the Fichua DCI 0800722303. We assure the public of our steadfast commitment to resolving this case, and we will provide further update as the investigation progresses. The letter and the statement signed by Douglas Kanja Karonche, MGH, CBS, OGW, the Inspector General of the National Police Service, on the 28th, 2025. Honorable Speaker, I think I don't have actually much to add on this. That is the statement. It's not my own words. That is the words from the IG, the authority mandated by our constitution and our laws to investigate such matters. And they are competent enough. And they have the requisite knowledge and experience. So, and I'd also given along with the statement our own findings as a House, on behalf of the House, in regards our visit, Honorable Speaker. I submit.
Thank you. Before I allow one or two clarifications on that, allow me to acknowledge the following schools in the public gallery. Soke Primary School from Baringo, South Baringo. Ndaragwa High School from Ndaragwa, Nyandarua. Kugururu High School from Igamba Ngombe, Tharakanithi. Oiti Glory Primary School from Kajiado Central, Kajiado. I've been requested by Honorable Kanjori Memusi to welcome a school from his Kajiado Central. Do so on behalf of your colleagues from whose constituencies the other schools come from.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to welcome all our learners to this House. And Honorable Speaker, Oiti Glory is a school in a small village in Kajiado Central called Oiti. And I want to encourage all the learners here and tell them that most of these members have come from such places. So it is not impossible for one of you to be here one day. So let this journey today be a beginning of your dreams. I welcome all of you. Karibuni Bunge.
Yes, Junet. You've heard what Tongoyo has said about your colleague. Do we leave it there?
Yeah. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Junet.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to take this opportunity to thank you as the chairman of the Parliamentary Service Commission and as the Speaker of the National Assembly for taking swift action so that we could know what happened to our colleague, Honorable Kwimburi. And you appointed Honorable Tongoyo, the chairman of the Security Committee, and Honorable Epuyo, to go and see and visit our colleague who purportedly was abducted, Mr. Speaker. And to my shock, the report that has been tabled today in Parliament, Mr. Speaker, is what I can only term as the biggest political scandal in our country, Mr. Speaker. It's the biggest political scandal, Mr. Speaker, in our country. Why do I say so, Mr. Speaker? First, Mr. Speaker, me, when I saw the first photo that was being, beamed on one of the media houses that is nowadays prone to fake news, from the way my colleague was sleeping, I could knew this is a fake thing. From the appearance, from the way I saw the shirt and the way the stomach was looking up, I just knew this one, there's nothing. But I was waiting for a proper investigative report to be tabled before the House. So I have to reserve my comments. Mr. Speaker, it's very, very unfortunate that politicians can go to this extent to prove a point, Mr. Speaker. And you know, it is shocking that even the chairman of the Security Committee and our colleagues were never allowed to see our colleague who is in hospital. The only people who can see him is the Munyoro group, who can do a press conference outside the hospital. Any other person is not allowed to see him. No, you see, all that group is Munyoro group. Mr. Speaker, even people who are in ICU, people who are in critical care, Mr. Speaker, people are allowed to see them, Mr. Speaker. This is the first case I've ever seen somebody who is not even, we don't know whether he's critically ill or not, nobody can see him. Only Wamunyoro group, Mr. Speaker. And they're the only ones who can speak to the public that we have visited our friend, he was inhaling some gas or something like that. Mr. Speaker, the director of this drama, now I've come to conclusion that the director of this drama is none other than one Mr. Obujoro. This is the same thing he did when he was running away from interrogation at the Senate. You remember? During the impeachment. He went and admitted himself in the same hospital, Mr. Speaker. So it's the same script. It is the same. But this country is full of drama.
You've made your point.
Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. Let me conclude, Mr. Speaker. The same disease, the same hospital, the same bed, the same visitors, the same doctor, nobody else can see you. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the police service of this country, the Inspector General of Police, and the DCI Director for the swift investigation that they have done this matter. Because, Mr. Speaker, if this thing was not investigated thoroughly, these self-abductions will have gone up. Today it will have been Kumburi. Tomorrow I can tell you, there's a candidate who's watching me here, Mr. Speaker. He will have hidden himself in these mokoka trees. somewhere, I know, I don't want to mention names. He will have hidden himself behind a mokoka tree. And he will have told you, I have been abducted. So, Mr. Speaker, I am very, very happy today that this thing has come to light. But I want to urge the former impeached former deputy governor, the deputy president, please don't go this direction. This kind of politics of deceit and conmanship and this kind of tactics of self-abduction and somebody shooting his car, claiming that I am under attack, those are all the way of doing politics. If you want to know how to do opposition politics, you know where you can find good advice. Go and see Baba. Sit down with him. Tell him, Baba, how did you sustain this opposition politics for the last 40 years? What tactics did you use? I've never seen you self-abducting yourself. I've never seen you shooting your car anywhere. What tactics could you have used? Come there. We will teach you how to go about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to also begin by first, in one of these very rare occasions, to congratulate the Inspector General of Police, the Director of DCI, and all the officers within our police service for the good work that they have exhibited, not just in this case, but also in cracking the unfortunate murder of the late Were. And I think, Honorable Speaker, we have not taken time to congratulate them also because of the swiftness with which they were able to apprehend the culprits or the criminals who murdered the late Were. And I want to believe that they are still working to ensure that they get even the sponsors of the people who pulled the trigger on the late Were. But, Honorable Speaker, this matter is not as light as we may be taking it, because it's a matter that flies right into the face of this Constitution, Honorable Speaker. Chapter 6 of the integrity of the Leadership and Integrity Act. Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, Article 73 says that responsibilities of leadership, authority assigned to a state officer, is a public trust to be exercised in a manner that, 3, brings honor to the nation and dignity to the office and promotes public confidence in the integrity of the office. We are not discussing one of us because we need a motion to be before the House to discuss any one of us. But it is the dignity of the office of a member of parliament that is in question today, Honorable Speaker. If a member of parliament who has been elected by his people to come and represent them in this House can dare engage in the kind of criminality that we have seen the Honorable Koimburi engage in, Honorable Speaker, this should be one of the saddest days for this House, Honorable Speaker. This is the same member, Honorable Speaker, who last year claimed that members of parliament were being paid 2 million shillings to vote on the finance bill. You will remember, all of you, that the Honorable Koimburi appeared before this House, apologized, and in our magnanimity, we accepted his apology and let that go. Honorable Speaker, as a House, we must not let this pass. We must not let it pass. When we forgave Honorable Koimburi and let it go, the impeachment of this drama director, I don't know whether he's a script writer or the drama director. Malala might be the script writer, the director is a former deputy president, and the actor now is Koimburi. Just like during the impeachment process, as the Honorable Junet says, the former deputy president appeared here looking very dark. But because he knew there was no cross-examination in the National Assembly during the impeachment process, he had the audacity and the guts to come and try defend himself here. But he did not have the courage to face the House where he would be cross-examined. He faked sickness, ended up being admitted in Karen Hospital, apparently in the same room, same bed. I am not certain, and I want to speak to my good friend, Dr. Gekonyo, a man of very high integrity and a good doctor in this country, and plead with him not to allow his hospital to be misused by these people who are otherwise common street criminals, Honorable Speaker, I dare say. The Honorable Koimburi was saying, Honorable Speaker, again went to the media and said that members of parliament were being paid, I think, 500,000 or something like that, 5 million shillings, to impeach a deputy president who deserved nothing more than what he got. In fact, we should have impeached Rigathi Gachagua probably a year before. And Kenyans now will vindicate this House that Kenyans were being saved from greater trouble from this man, Honorable Speaker, and the drama that we are seeing. It's unfortunate, Honorable Speaker, that this circus has pulled into it other dignified leaders like your good friend, the former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka, who I saw yesterday at Karen Hospital, together with our former Speaker, J.B. Muturi, saying that there are people who claim there was a self-abduction. Now it is clear that Honorable Koimburi self-abducted himself, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I appeared on a show on Al Jazeera TV last month but one, on the 4th of February or the 5th of February. And I was put to task on the question of abductions in this country. Because you remember the president committing that he will end abductions. And many people never understood. And people would ask, who is abducting people? And I remember Honorable Speaker saying, there was information that had been shared that there were even members of parliament who planned to kidnap or abduct themselves and blame the state. Honorable Speaker, time is a healer, and time is also a vindicator. I think many things are being vindicated over time. That when the police said we were not abducting people, there were other forces Now Kenyans need to start filling in the gaps. When last year, Honorable Speaker, and I said yesterday, when we were debating the adjournment motion by the Honorable Junet, when on the 25th of June, Kenyans rallied around the country on account of misinformation and disinformation around issues touching on the finance bill, Honorable Speaker, we said it to the nation that many of the things that were offensive to Kenyans had been removed from that bill. But nobody listened, Honorable Speaker, because of the negativity, the propaganda that was being pushed by this group, Honorable Speaker. I don't want to say, Wamunyoro is a very good village. And you know, Honorable Speaker, I have confessed that I have married a beautiful lady from Nyeri. And is one of the villages in Madera constituency represented by the Honorable Amombi. Therefore, let us not accuse that good village. This is a character of a person and a group around him that believes you can only advance opposition politics either using violence, deceit, bloodshed, and that is why you saw the things that were in the adjournment motion by Honorable Junet yesterday. The unfortunate reference to the 2007 post-election violence, Honorable Speaker. Because these are people who have no agenda for this country. And all they desire is chaos and anarchy for our country. Honorable Speaker, I want to plead with you. Because you are the chair of our Powers and Privileges Committee. Irrespective of what the National Police Service and the Director of Prosecution or the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission do with the Honorable Koimburi, the Powers and Privileges Committee of this House must be seized of this matter of Honorable Koimburi. And I also want to speak to the people of Juja. They are a great people who have been denied proper representation in this House. And I don't want to discuss the member, Honorable Speaker, but the people of Juja are suffering, and I've been there, I know. Right now, I'm addressing issues, Honorable Speaker, in my office, touching on electricity connectivity in Juja, and the MP has the audacity to send them a message on their WhatsApp group telling them you can go ask for your electricity from Ruto. I left that government. Whether you are in a government or not, you are elected as a member of parliament to represent your people. When they question you, when they ask you for services, answer them in a dignified manner. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to say the police have done their work. The Director of Prosecution, the DPP, must do his work. EACC, because of Chapter 6 of our Constitution, must do their work on the matter of ethics of public officers that the Honorable Koimburi has contravened. Our Powers and Privileges Committee, Honorable Speaker, which you chair, must now be seized of this matter and take the necessary action. The people of Juja must know you can also recall a member of parliament who is not working for you, who is not serving your interests, who is not representing you, a member of parliament who believes his only work is to follow another man in funerals and other social gatherings, singing songs of praise to a man, Honorable Speaker. With that, Honorable Speaker, I want to pray, Honorable Speaker, especially to you, as our chair of the Powers and Privileges Committee, please do something. Not because of Honorable Koimburi, but to save the dignity and the honor of the office of a member of parliament, Honorable Speaker. I submit.
Thank you. I don't want to open debate on this. Senior Counsel, I'll give you a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me first thank you for the wisdom of directing the inquiry through members of the relevant committee, and say that it is important. The concern to find out what happened is not born out of anything in the standing orders. But it was a concern for a colleague, because we must all be concerned when a colleague is in distress. And therefore, I find 4 very unique things about this matter. One, which is very positive on the part of the police, is the swiftness of the inquiry. I hope we can have such swiftness in all matters. Two is the openness in terms of the update of what happened. I think that is also a very good thing, and they are to be commended. There are also two very unique things which are to be discouraged. The one is that while we call on the police to do investigation, then they are blocked from accessing our colleague, who is the only primary person who can give the most useful information. That is disabling the police. And then we might blame them. The second one, which I find unique, is something is developing where when one is admitted, then people come and give updates on their medical condition, people who are not medical practitioners, within the vicinity of the hospital. That usually does not happen in most hospitals. I think that's unique to this very able establishment. And it is not a good thing, because then you don't know if one is speaking authoritatively or not. But that said, Mr. Speaker, abduction is a very serious thing. Unlike my colleagues, I want to welcome the preliminary report by the police, but as they've stated, it's a preliminary report. It's not a conclusive report. I expect that there will be a conclusive report. Once it is concluded, Mr. Speaker, if indeed there were people who are involved in kidnapping our colleagues, they must be prosecuted. But if indeed there were people who are, who coined this up and it was not true, they too must be prosecuted. Because abductions in this country and killings have become so many, and we don't want to speculate as to whether one has done it themselves or not, by the police or by the crooks. But that said, Mr. Speaker, once it is concluded, unlike my colleagues, I believe the right thing to do is that the police must prosecute those who are involved. But I do not agree that it's within the ambit of this House. I do not believe that you can then bring matters that have happened outside the precincts of Parliament and then bring them within the Privileges Committee. I think that ultimately is between the employer and our employers are the voters and the police who ought to prosecute. That said, Mr. Speaker, I commend the wisdom, your wisdom in handling this matter, and I hope it comes to fruition and we get to the bottom. Let people be prosecuted so that it serves as an example either way. Thank you.
Yes, Mukunji, then Emily, then I close.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I also want to say thank you for your guidance in this House. Honorable Speaker, I first want to say that security matters in this country must be taken with the seriousness they deserve. As we are speaking right now, Honorable Speaker, I have demonstrations in Embu town because of matters of insecurity, shops being broken into, and those are matters that, Honorable Speaker, they touch in this House, and I believe that as the senior counsel has mentioned, we need conclusive reports on matters to do with our colleague. And not only that, Honorable Speaker, I believe there are so many pending matters that are touching with the confidence that people have with our police forces. Honorable Speaker, we are yet to get reports on what happened to many of the Gen Zs during the Mandamanos. We are yet to get a report, Honorable Speaker, on various issues of abductions that have been reported of even some young people in this country. And Honorable Speaker, I sit here and I believe this House should be seen as a House that allows investigations to go conclusively. And I believe your guidance is very clear, Honorable Speaker, that we have to get to the bottom of this. If Honorable Koimbori, and I believe I have not been able to visit him, but I have seen the press conferences that have happened there. I've seen the hand being pointed to even the police force. Honorable Speaker, I believe also it's important for IPOA, because this is a matter of extrajudicial matter, to actually come in. Because when it is said that Koimbori had an issue and police say they were looking for him, it also points some finger in the matter to do with whether it is the police that was conducting this. And now the IG has spoken. It is important also to get an independent body to give a report on this so that this house can be well guided when it comes to those matters. But today is the National Prayers Day. Honorable Speaker, I believe it is not fair and it is not right for my good friends, minority leader and majority leader, to incriminate the name of the former deputy president just like that. It is right for them to bring evidence and say that he was involved in this, and let's be fair and actually call it like it is. We are taking too much time to debate and talk about the former deputy president when we have very serious matters to discuss in this house. We have matters to do with our debt issues. We have matters to do with finance bill. We have mirror issue that is being now being brought by the deputy majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to seek your guidance because, Mr. Speaker, I know Honorable Mukunji is a first-time member of Parliament. I know he's learning the ropes. Mr. Speaker, what we discussed yesterday, what we discussed yesterday is he's a first-time member of Parliament, unless he was in another parliament than this one, unless he was in South Sudan Parliament. The fact of the matter is he's a first-time member of Parliament and a third-time member of Parliament. That's a fact on record. Yeah, and he has only served 2 years, like Rigathi Gachagua. Mr. Speaker, but my point of order is this. My point of order is this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday what we discussed was a special motion under Standing Order 33. Mr. Speaker, the standing orders that we use here gives every member an opportunity to bring a motion to discuss any matter of national importance. And with the approval of the Speaker, and if you get the requisite number of 20 members to support your request, then you get an opportunity to move your motion. So we should not use up here the derogatory statement that we are wasting our time yesterday here discussing a matter of national importance like post-election violence. Someone who's calling people to take up arms, to kill themselves, displace people, cause destruction. You are calling something useless unless you support that kind of thing, that you want people to die.
Okay.
Shame on you.
Mukunji, wind up.
Honorable Speaker, I believe that it is very easy for the minority leader to bring the matters of me being a first member of Parliament. But they need to understand that I learned very quickly. And in my 2 years, I've studied this house. I know how it works, and I believe I represent the people of Manyata and Embu the best way I can. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I want to say that your guidance on the investigation of this matter touches on all our security. We have had complaints from various members on how their security is being handled. Honorable Speaker, we have lost a member of Parliament. We know how and what it takes, how costly it is, Honorable Speaker, to even go back for a by-election. Let us all be very keen on our security. And Honorable Speaker, I seek your guidance to ensure IPOA also gives a report on this matter.
Millie,
thank you.
The last one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to, before I start, I just want to tell Honorable Mukunji that...
Order, Mukunji, you finish your contribution, listen
yes,
to others.
and you need to listen because I'm actually, before I say man, I just wanted to tell him that even though he's saying he's learned, one of the things that he has not yet learned effectively is how to be in opposition. When I have given my contribution, see me on the side. You are doing very poorly in that regard, and I'm very willing to give you free tutorials or being in the opposition. Mr. Speaker, as a human rights defender, I have been against the issue of abductions, and I've raised it before the floor of this House and elsewhere. And I'm very happy that I have seen actually almost disappearance of the issue of human abduction. Mr. Speaker, whether I'm in government or outside, broad-based, non-broad-based, human rights remain human rights. And I have raised it consistently. And Mr. Speaker, when our colleague was allegedly abducted, I condemned his abduction. Mr. Speaker, this comes shortly after our colleague was actually murdered. Just the day we were going on recess, our colleague was here. I turned my back, he was here. And then minutes later, I'm seeing a notice, he's dead, gunned down. So the issue of security of members of parliament is a very serious issue. Mr. Speaker, I have myself been a victim of attack. I was attacked in my first time by men wielding guns, 7 men. And when I raised the issue, the Inspector General of the police then said that I concocted the story. But at that time, no investigation was done. The difference is this time, investigations have been done. I would be the last person to actually politicize about attack because I've been a direct victim. But Mr. Speaker, it is on that note that it would be very, very unfortunate that an honorable member would make me waste time sympathizing and standing with him if at all he has actually faked his own abduction. It would be very unfortunate after our own member of parliament has been shot dead that you bring theatrics that touch on our security. Today it may be drama, tomorrow it may be a reality. When you cry wolf, one day it will be a reality and there will be nobody to deal with you. So Mr. Speaker, what I would want to say, so that members are more secure. The police have given us preliminary report. Can the police conclude? And should it be found that this is actually false allegations, Mr. Speaker, he should be prosecuted as an example to others. This is not a joke. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, the issue of abduction has been a very serious issue in this country. And it is one of the reasons that we find our young people very annoyed because they keep saying we are being abducted. I would be shocked to discover that all along it is not the police that are abducting. I would be really, it is mind-boggling, Mr. Speaker. Even if we are politicking, our politics must reach a level that is human and that respects the human rights of yourself and of others, Mr. Speaker. Don't make us waste too much English when we know there are other countries where we can import the English, Mr. Speaker. I will not name them. But there are countries where we can import that English, Mr. Speaker. We can export the English elsewhere. No, I will not say where, because I have many friends in neighboring countries, so I won't mention. And also we are trying to encourage friendly relations with our neighbors even when they are angry. But that aside, we are deepening relation with our neighbors even when they are angry. But Mr. Speaker, I would want to encourage that this matter be taken up seriously, not just as a matter of with the Committee of Privileges, but the Inspector General, if this is actually a lie, this member must be prosecuted. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tongoyo. When do you bring the conclusive and final report?
Honorable Speaker,
I know the predicament you suffered.
Yeah, there are actually too
that you couldn't be able to see your colleague.
Yeah.
I personally can inform the House that I called the DCI and informed me that he was also denied the opportunity with his officers to see the member. So tell the IG to finalize and give us the conclusive investigations in the matter, then I'll give directions.
Well-guided, Honorable Speaker, but it's good under the circumstances. I had talked to him actually just an hour ago, and there are still a lot of leads leading to more arrest and interrogation. So maybe we give us like another week or so.
Thank you. Next order. Before the next order, hold on, Clerk. I acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's gallery. I think they have gone. Olkalau Secondary School from Olkalau, Nyandarua. Even if they have left, we welcome them. belatedly to the House of Parliament. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, discharge of the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulation Bill, Senate Bill number 38 of 2023. Question to be put.
Order, honorable members. Order, member for Kajiado, take your seat. The two members from Kajiado are on their feet at different points. Honorable members, I'm putting the question at order number 8, and I hope you do understand what it is. There is a bill from the Senate by the Senator for Kakamega on the regulation and bringing order to the border sector. He seems to have walked into a hostile group of borders who frightened him to write a letter and say, although the bill has passed through the Senate, he wants to withdraw it in this House. So we now put the question, if you want the bill to go on, you vote no. If you want the bill to die here, you vote yes. I'll now put the question. I'm saying this because this is an unprecedented process that has come to this House. And I now put the question at order number 8, which is that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 127.5 and taking into consideration the request from the Senate for withdrawal of the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulation Bill, Senate Bill number 38 of 2023, this House resolves to discharge the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulation Bill, Senate Bill number 38 of 2023 from second reading. As members of that opinion say aye. As members of the contrary opinion say nay. Nay. The nays have it. So the bill will now proceed to second reading at an appropriate time. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, third report on consideration of the audited accounts of specified state corporations. Resumption of debate.
Honorable Wangwe, when we adjourned yesterday, you had 38 minutes to go. 37 minutes to go.
Yes.
So you can carry on from there.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I had moved yesterday on the report of the on the third report on consideration of the audit accounts of Public Investments Committee, that this House adopts the third report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the following state corporations, laid on the table of the House on 30th July 2024. Honorable Speaker, the various state corporations, as I moved yesterday, were Kenyatta National Hospital, Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, Kenya Veterinary Board, National Authority for Campaigns Against Drug Abuse, and lastly, Honorable Speaker, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. I had moved, Honorable Speaker, general issues cutting across, and I had also moved, Honorable Speaker, various specific issues, and I was now handling the issues on Kenya Medical Supplies Agency, KEMSA. Honorable Speaker, on the issues that were highlighted in the report, the issue that I was to start with today is the issue to do with payables and trade and other payables, Honorable Speaker, where, Honorable Speaker, I want to be specific. And look, we observed one supplier, Honorable Speaker, Mrs. Med Africa Limited, who was awarded a contract to install, supply and commission a diesel-fired incinerator in Busia, Kitale and Wajir County Referral Hospitals, Honorable Speaker. The main issue, Honorable Speaker, on this issue, that we observed, is that to date, the equipment that we were supposed to supply in both the Busia and Wajir counties are yet to be supplied to date, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and on that issue, Madam Speaker, we did make a recommendation on what recourse is supposed to be done in the event on such a case, Honorable Speaker, and we looked at one of the issues as being
that upon our adoption of this report, Honorable Speaker, the accounting officer for Kenya Medical Supplies Authority and the PS in charge of medical services, Honorable Speaker, and the county government of Wajir should ensure that the incinerator is installed. Since, Honorable Speaker, the incinerator was paid for, but was never installed, and to date, it is not yet installed. Honorable Speaker, we also say that within 3 months upon adoption of this report, the Auditor General should audit the payables in question and give a comprehensive report on their status of the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, there were about 4 or 5 issues, as you'll see in the report, that were discussed. All of them supplied by various parties, which have been highlighted in the report, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, specific issues on the case of Kenya Veterinary Board is that, Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Veterinary Board, Honorable Speaker, had challenges in terms of budgetary allocation, and for the specific years, the budgeting of Kenya Veterinary Board, was in a way over budget, under budget, but overspend. Such that, Honorable Speaker, you find that in this one particular year, they budgeted for 142 and they budgeted for 134 and spent 142 million. So the question comes, Honorable Speaker, where do they get the balance? The finding of the committee is, Honorable Speaker, whereas they under-declare their A in A, so that what they get, they spend before budgeting is done. Meaning, Honorable Speaker, this organization has some income somewhere which is not surrendered to the National Treasury. Once you declare the budget, they now draw that money on their own. The question is, what is the function of this house? We are supposed to budget. What is the function of National Treasury? Is to collect money and get in the consolidated fund. How come this organization is spending money which has not been budgeted for? Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we found it that that's an irregularity, and therefore we recommended that the accounting officer should ensure that at all times the budgets are realistic, achievable, and always adhere to the annual work plans, procurement plans, and revenue collection schedules. Honorable Speaker, if that is done, and in contrary to that, the relevant laws should apply and the officer must be punished. Honorable Speaker, there is also in the Kenya Veterinary Board lack of an effective internal controls. And Honorable Speaker, what happens in every organization is the use, and by law, every organization must have an internal audit unit. And also, Madam Speaker, an organization must have a documented risk management policy. This organization, Honorable Speaker, at the time of audit, did not have a fully fledged working internal audit unit, and neither did it have, Honorable Speaker, a working documented risk management policy. And therefore, in that regard, Honorable Speaker, my committee recommends that the accounting officer, Honorable Speaker, having been found in breach of Regulation 165(1) A, B of the Public Finance Management National Government Regulations of 2015, the accounting officer should therefore ensure that all times the internal audit unit and an approved internal audit charter detailing the scope, responsibility, and purpose of the internal audit unit are in place in order to promote transparency and accountability. And Honorable Speaker, within 3 months upon adoption of the report, the Board of Kenya Veterinary Board should submit to the National Assembly and OAG the committee membership, the audit committee minutes, and the internal audit reports considered by the audit committee, meaning, Honorable Speaker, we recommended that they must establish an internal audit unit. Honorable Speaker, there was also the issue that we found out on the failure to fully constitute Board of Directors. Honorable Speaker, this issue is not only, when you look at the cross-cutting issues was there, but now in specific, Kenya Veterinary Board is one of the organizations that fell short of having the necessary board members. And Honorable Speaker, whereas the Kenya Veterinary Board did not have the board members, it went ahead and paid the existing few board members board allowances. Honorable Speaker, that's an illegality, because at the time of expending, they did not have a fully fledged board. How were they meeting this? Who was approving this expenditure? Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we found out that that being the case, we reprimand the appointing authority for the delay in the constituting of or failure to adhere to the provisions of Section 4(1) paragraph F and G of the Veterinary Surgeons and Veterinary Paraprofessionals Act of 2011, which provides that the board shall consist of the following members: 4 surgeons, registered, and veterinary paraprofessionals appointed by the Cabinet Secretary after being elected by registered veterinary professionals. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, that reprimand goes to the appointing authority, who in this case is the CS, who also oversaw his state agency run without the necessary board members. Honorable Speaker, National Authority for the Campaigns Against Drug, Alcohol, and Drug Abuse had various issues, Honorable Speaker. But the only good thing with this organization, Honorable Speaker, although it had issues, but it had an unqualified opinion whose recommendations cut across the 3 years that we reviewed. It's a fairly clean organization, but only lacked a few issues to do with governance and issues to do with governance and issues to do with a review of the existing board members. But, Honorable Speaker, upon transition, which was slightly within 2 months, the organization, within the 3 years of review, had a clean and qualified report. Honorable Speaker, on the final institution I want to talk about is the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. KBC, Honorable Speaker, is our mother broadcasting house. It's an organization where, Honorable Speaker, almost all media personalities have gone through. Nearly 90% of the media personalities have appeared through Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, nurturing and molding very good personalities. But unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, when they exist in KBC, they do not appear to be the best. Once they leave, they now turn around and become the best. A situation in which, Honorable Speaker, we found out the issues that are happening in KBC, Honorable Speaker. One issue that we found out that cuts across the 10 years of review is the issue, Honorable Speaker, to do with the liabilities in KBC, where, Honorable Speaker, KBC borrowed some money heavily way back in 2011, Honorable Speaker, and in 1989, not 2011, 1989, Honorable Speaker, which was a loan from the Overseas Economic Cooperation Fund in Japan. And, Honorable Speaker, this fund, this money was a huge amount, 7,543,422,121. Honorable Speaker, this money, it's always moved. And when you see it has already been cleared by the National Treasury, Honorable Speaker, but unfortunately, National Treasury has not adjusted the books of Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Instead, it has left the load on KBC. Honorable Speaker, what does it mean? What it means is, Honorable Speaker, that whenever KBC is preparing their books, this loan reflects in their books, and definitely when you look at the management accounts of KBC, within the year, it looks positive, but when you look at the overall annual account, Honorable Speaker, it's heavily loaded by this amount. The implication, Honorable Speaker, is that you can never know the trading status of KBC, and it's not a good thing. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, what do we recommend? Upon adoption of this report, KBC should submit the National Treasury and the Auditor General comprehensive report with the details of the loan, and, Honorable Speaker, National Treasury should also be able to comment on the status of the loan and advise on when they intend to write off the loan if need be. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of KBC, it has issues to do with title deeds. Honorable Speaker, the issue of KBC, the corporation had title deeds for 8 parcels of land. And, Honorable Speaker, these 8 parcels of land, at the same time, it had 32 parcels which does not have title deeds or other legal documents of ownership. The title deeds, Honorable Speaker, for land roll number 209/5918, this is the broadcasting house, Honorable Speaker, it still exists in the name of the old person. Yourself being a lawyer, Honorable Speaker, you'll agree with me that the title called Chief Secretary, Colony and Protectorate of Kenya is a colonial reference to our titles, which was there before independence, and it's important, Honorable Speaker, that KBC gets its title. As it is now, Honorable Speaker, it doesn't have in the modern way. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, valuing that property is not possible, and when you ask the management was not able to value, because, Honorable Speaker, they say this title is obsolete. So whoever is to handle it, I don't know. But now, to them, they contracted a law firm who is yet to also give them a new title. That makes the whole issue messy and unacceptable to the committee, and that's why, Honorable Speaker, we recommended that the accounting officer KBC should submit to the National Treasury and the Auditor General the updated fixed asset register detailing all the assets of the company with the respective details and that need to be disclosed in the asset register. Honorable Speaker, why do we need this? Because when this title has not been valued, it means it's not posted into the accounts because they have no value. And unless they keep the register of fixed assets, it means no one can know how to trace that property and where it is. Honorable Speaker, there is also the issue that interagency trading, where, Honorable Speaker, the ministry could direct KBC to give part of its assets to a sister agency. For this case, Honorable Speaker, in particular, the power generators that were given to KenGen company, Honorable Speaker. The corporation, at the direction of the government, loaned its 5 power generators valued at 29 million to KenGen to alleviate the power crisis during the 2000-2001 crisis. However, the generators have not been returned to the corporation. Honorable Speaker, the moment they gave out the assets on direction of the government, somebody retains the assets of KBC forever, and nobody follows up. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we felt that it was important that within 3 months upon adoption, ESCC to initiate an investigation into how the loaned generators to KenGen were procured, whether there were any malpractice in the initial procurement, and that generators were idle at the time of loaning, and submit its findings to DPP. Honorable Speaker, because they say the generators were given, but there is no follow-up evidence to confirm that those generators were given, neither were they instruction. But the management said they were instructed to give. So whether the generators passed on to KenGen or not, we do not know. Honorable Speaker, there is the issue in KBC affecting the going concern aspect. That, Honorable Speaker, the issue of KBC as a going concern is associated with various organizations, Honorable Speaker, through which it entered into negotiations, and particularly the organizations that deal with broadcasting. And, Honorable Speaker, apart from the OEC loan, that is the Overseas Economic Cooperation Fund loan of 1989, KBC has other organizations which it has entered into negotiation with, including the MultiChoice Africa and various other organizations. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this entry into these negotiations has affected the operation to an extent positively, and to other extent it has negatively affected. What has the committee recommended, therefore, Honorable Speaker, that upon adoption of this report, the KBC should submit to the National Treasury and to the Auditor General a comprehensive report with the details of all the organizations, all the documentary organizations that have entered into commercial transactions with KBC for the purpose of going concern effects. Honorable Speaker, finally, the issue of KBC is a good model. It's a good model to adopt, but, Honorable Speaker, it has left the organization in limbo without knowing whether to transact on its own or to transact through the contracted agencies which they are working with. And therefore, it's a model which, Honorable Speaker, to one side, it is giving a positive return, and to the other side, Honorable Speaker, if not monitored well, it can lead into the extinction of the organization. Therefore, with that, Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank my colleagues whom we have sat tirelessly, whom we have held these sessions together. I want to thank the Secretariat, Honorable Speaker, for taking their time to make all this, combine this report. I want to thank the Clerk of the National Assembly, Honorable Speaker, for the effective support through the departmental committee, through the committee, through the director of committees who has supported the committee to arrive at this report. And I want to thank also the leadership of the House for giving the opportunity, Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture, through myself, to submit this report to the House. I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, and request my colleague, the member for Mandera, Woman Rep, Mheshimiwa Honorable Umurker Kasim, to second.
Hold on a moment before you second. Allow me to recognize the presence of a school which is sitting in the public gallery before they leave. So I wish to recognize the presence of Pioneer Girls School from Gatanga constituency in Murang'a County. And I think a member for Mandera, before you do your secondment, you can welcome them on behalf of the House. Okay, you may welcome them then.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me the liberty to welcome that school from Gatanga constituency on behalf of their Member of Parliament, who I hear has gone to Amonyoro and is not available. Therefore, on his behalf and on behalf of the House, welcome to the National Assembly, and to tell these children, the students from Pioneer, that many of them, and I do pray that indeed all of them, when they grow up, they will find their way into this House or the other House in Senate and in other positions of leadership, and pray that they will serve with the integrity that behoves of them as leaders of tomorrow. And they are leaders today and tomorrow. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Welcome. You may proceed, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to second of the audited accounts of the state corporations, which are Kenyatta National Hospital, Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, Kenya Veterinary Board, National Authority for the Campaign Against Drugs and Drug Abuse, and Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Madam Speaker, I just want to speak about 5 cross-cutting issues that while we were deliberating on the report, that we found out. One is on land. Madam Speaker, we found out that the land these state corporations sit on have no title deeds, and they have active court cases, despite the House in the last terms discussing about it. The tussles are between private developers and others are on encroachment. The other cross-cutting issue is on delay in availing documents to the Auditor General. The entities or state corporations delay in submitting to the AG, contrary to the requirements of PFM Act, which is within 3 months. The other cross-cutting issue is on delay in accountability of interest, contrary to the requirements of PFM Act that requires 7 days, as my chair well put it. Then the fourth cross-cutting issue is on delay in appointment of board directors. This contributes to poor decision-making, poor governance, and lack of policy guidance in the organization. Honorable Speaker, we found out that there's laxity in most of these issues. These were things that they could solve easily, but decided to carry it on from one CEO to the other. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I second.
Honorable members, allow me to propose the question that the House adopts the third report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on financial statements of the following state corporations laid on the table of this House on Tuesday, 30th July 2024. 1, Kenyatta National Hospital for the financial year 2018-2019 and the financial year 2019-2020. 2, the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority for the financial year 2017-2018 and the financial year 2018-2019. 3, the Kenya Veterinary Board for the financial year 2018-2019 and the financial year 2019-2022 and the financial year 2020-2021. 4, the National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse for the financial year 2017-2018, financial year 2018-2019, financial year 2019-2020, and financial year 2020-2021. And 5, for the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation for the financial years 2000, 2001, 2001, 2002, financial year 2002, 2003, financial year 2003, 2004, financial year 2004, 2005, financial year 2005, 2006, financial year 2006, 2007, financial year 2007, 2008, and financial year 2008, 2009, financial year 2009 and 2010, financial year 2010 and 2011, financial year 2011 and 2012, and finally financial year 2012 and 2013. Members who want to contribute, yes, Majority Leader, and then those who want to contribute, please press the intervention button.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, allow me to congratulate the Chair and members of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture for their very diligent work. Honorable Speaker, if you members notice, some of these accounts run like those of the National Authority for NACADA, National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse, run from the year 2017-2018 all the way to 2021. And many of the accounts that you've seen even for KBC running back to the year 2000, 2001, up to the year 2012-2013. Honorable Speaker, I was saying that because it is important that our oversight committees work to ensure that all the public sector accounts are up to date, all the audited accounts, because the Auditor General is very diligent in ensuring that she audits all parastatals and government accounts by the next year, mid next year, or the year following the year she's auditing. By mid-year, she has audited all of them. And therefore, it behoves on us as a House, through our committees, the oversight committees, whether it is a Public Accounts Committee or the 3 PIC committees, to ensure that they review these audited accounts and make reports in good time. And that's why I am taking liberty to congratulate the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture, and of course, without anticipating debate, also on the PIC in charge of governance and education, because I see they also have reports to be considered in the order following order number 9. Honorable Speaker, to note also some of these parastatals that they have reviewed their accounts. Kenyatta National Hospital, Honorable Speaker, as much as they are up to 2020, there are pertinent issues that I had the Chair speak to yesterday which need to be addressed. And more importantly, Honorable Speaker, across the entire report, if you go through that report, you'll see the issue of undeclared or unaccounted for interests. Honorable Speaker, interest is not free money to be given to public officers. And indeed, every government agency should follow the example of Parliament. Because members of Parliament also get interest. For instance, when you get per diem when you're traveling. But if you do not account for it, it will either be recovered from your salary the following month, or the next time you are due to get interest, you will not get. And that is why in our audited accounts as Parliament, you will never find unaccounted for interest, be it from members or members of staff, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I want to ask all these public investments committees, whether it is that on social services, administration and agriculture, on that of governance, or even the one on commercial services, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that they move towards a system where interest is accounted for promptly, as the Chair was pushing yesterday in his moving, because I keenly listened to Chair Wangwe, and issues that touched on all these parastatals, whether it is Kenyatta National Hospital, the KEMSA or the veterinary board, or indeed even this NACADA, they all have an overriding issue of unaccounted for interest. And therefore, it must be clear to every public officer that when you get interest, this is money you get to be able to carry on your official work. Once you are done, you should be able to account for that money. If you don't account for it, then you should be surcharged. And I want to agree with what the committee has recommended. Because ultimately the person in charge, or where the buck stops, is the office of the accounting officer. And in this case, the principal secretaries in those particular ministries. If they do not enforce the holders of the authority to require expenditure in the parastatals to ensure that they recover this interest, then they should be surcharged to pay, because it's part of their accountability that they have been charged with as accounting officers. Honorable Speaker, allow me to speak about KEMSA. And Chair Wangwe clearly stipulated that they have covered or reviewed the accounts from the financial year 2017, 2018, and 2018 to 2019, the financial year 2018-2019. But Honorable Speaker, the year we are waiting for, and this is why I'm saying we must push our accounts, our accounting committees, to review all these accounts on a timely manner and report to the House so that action is taken at the right time. We have been waiting to know who are the COVID billionaires. But now you have reviewed the accounts up to the year 2018-2019, pre-COVID. I would allow the chair to inform me.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know he's my leader, and when he speaks, you seek that he allows you to inform him that actually the work is done. That work you are asking for is done. Only the channel to bring here is awaited. So in the next few weeks, you'll have it with you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very good. Very good. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is good that I elicited that information to know that the Public Investments Committee, and you see, Honorable Speaker, I was not congratulating them in vain. If they have now gotten to the year 2020-21, for us to be able to know, and I would implore Honorable Wangwe to finalize with the report and bring it to the House Business Committee, and we shall prioritize it for consideration so that we get to know who are these COVID billionaires, people who took advantage of a very unfortunate situation as a COVID-19 pandemic in 2019-2020 to steal from public coffers, Honorable Speaker. Because KEMSA now became synonymous not with the supply of drugs, vital things for the well-being of the people of Kenya. It became synonymous with scandals and COVID billionaires, people who became billionaires overnight, Honorable Speaker. And we must get to the bottom of all those COVID billionaires, whether it is those who are supplying masks and fake respirators and fake tubes that we had that time, Honorable Speaker. And I want to pray that this committee will be able to bring that report very soon, as the Honorable Chair has committed. But Honorable Speaker, I was saying it is good and to push all our public accounts committees, whether it is those in charge of investments, those that are reviewing the accounts of our parastatals, or the Public Accounts Committee itself that reviews government accounts, to ensure that they bring all their reports in a timely manner so that we are able to arrest the cancer of graft in our country on a timely basis, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we were just discussing earlier when the Honorable Tongoyo tabled his report or his interim statement on the fake abduction, as has been said, of the Honorable Koimburi. And we are just congratulating the police for their swiftness. I think the House then should learn from the police on the swiftness of acting at the right time. Because when people steal from public coffers, you allow time, people tend to forget. And you know, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans, we have a very short memory. Or we get excited by new things and forget the old. And that is why the corrupt in this country know that they can get away with anything. Because all you need is to buy time. Kenyans forget. That is why the COVID billionaires have been lavishing in luxury over the last 3-4 years, because they assume that Kenyans have forgotten, Honorable Speaker. Many of them used the stolen resources in the last elections. Some now are elected governors. Others are members of parliament. I do not know whether there is anyone of us here who was involved. The chair of the Public Investment Committee will be able to tell us when it was the report. But I was just saying that, Honorable Speaker, to encourage these committees, Honorable Angwe's committee, Honorable Amboka's MP. I know they are diligent, and I must indeed congratulate also the Honorable Amboka, because being a first-time member of parliament who is serving with zeal and diligence as a chair of a committee, I can see he's clearly following my footsteps, because I was a vice chair of the Public Investments Committee in my first term as a member of parliament, Honorable Speaker, and moved on to become a chair of a committee in my second term. Therefore, to encourage you to lead your committees and ensure that all these accounts are reviewed on a timely basis, and you table reports before the House, because it's not enough to just review these accounts. The more important thing is to adopt reports, or rather bring reports to this House that we can adopt, and then follow up through our Committee of Implementation to ensure that all the recommendations like those ones that Honorable Angwe has put in this report, even on those on interest, the Committee on Implementation then follows up to ensure that all those recommendations are not in vain, because this House must not and must never act in vain. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support this report. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Turkana North, I'll come to you. I'll write it down.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to disclose that I'm a member of this committee. And first, I want to thank my chairman and the members of Parliament, including the Secretariat, that have taken their time to look at this report, to interrogate the clients and come up with the final report. Madam Speaker, I'll speak to the cross-cutting issues that came across when we looking at the 5 corporations. Madam Speaker, we picked that most of these corporations have declining financial performance. And when we realized this by the kind of A&Es that we looked at. And as a committee, we agreed with the auditors that we need to come up, the corporations, the boards. The boards needed to sit down and come up with strategies to see into it that revenues are increased so that these corporations can be able to make payments for their commitments, financial commitments, and also take care of the needs of the corporations. Madam Speaker, we also realized that in most of these corporations, there was delay in the appointments of the board of directors. Madam Speaker, you realize board of directors support management of these corporations. In the absence of these boards, Madam Speaker, you realize there will either be delay in implementation of certain activities, budgets are delayed in approvals, or payments are made and procedurally in the absence of these boards. Madam Speaker, we made a recommendation that we need to look at the State Corporation Act, and so that we can reduce time of appointment of these boards. Those involved in the appointment of the board of directors should look into it that these corporations have their boards appointed within time so that it doesn't affect the management of these corporations. Madam Speaker, we also realized that some of the reports of the previous PICs were not implemented. And we've recommended that, Madam Speaker, the Committee on Implementation should be able to fast-track implementation of the reports of the previous PICs, so that some of the issues that were brought out by the auditors can be able to be corrected. Because a delay in implementation of those reports also delays a lot of issues that needs to be taken care of. Madam Speaker, we also noted that when the auditors, most of the times when auditors are auditing these corporations, a lot of documents were not availed. And in the process, auditors were not able to confirm areas of irregularities. Madam Speaker, audit is a process. And that being a process, there's a lot of time given to these state corporations to provide evidence of what auditors will require. And so we recommended that accounting officers, whether director generals of these corporations, should be able to provide documents within time, because in most of the reports, the state financial reports we got, the documents that were delayed during audit time were provided years later. And so auditors were not able to verify and confirm the things, the inquiries that they wanted to pick. Madam Speaker, my colleagues have talked of the delay in accounting of interest. This also was across the board in all the 5 corporations we looked at their financial statements. As stated by colleagues, it is a provision, it is incumbent upon staff and employees of this corporation to follow the laid down regulations that when you pick interest, you should be able to account for it immediately after the 7 days of return. So, and we have recommended that the accounting officers, whether still in those corporations or out of the corporation, are reprimanded for those delayed interest accountability. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, now the last thing is, which I also picked, Madam Speaker, is most of these corporations have many cases in court. And these cases have taken so long to be concluded. And this has delayed a number of decisions that needed to be taken care of by this corporation. We have recommended that the accounting officers put together the list of court cases that are delayed and have them brought before our committee so that we can be able to inform this House and also engage the Attorney General to have these cases fast-tracked. Madam Speaker, most of these corporations didn't have risk management policies and even internal audit structures. We've also recommended that these structures are put in place so that some of the issues that came out should be able to be minimized within these corporations. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I will request that when this House adopts this report, the Committee on Implementation should be able to move very fast to have these reports implemented so that we could be able to minimize the inquiries that have come out from the audit and financial statements that appear within the audit committees. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
Thank you, and I was requesting maybe if we can each have 5 minutes, because I see there are many people who have an interest in this. So now I'll give it to the Member for Central Limeti, Honorable Moses Kirima. Okay, he's not in the House. Next, we have Honorable Geoffrey Mwangi, member for Tetu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to also rise and support, especially the report from the chairperson of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture. Madam Speaker, I was a member of this committee until I was surprisingly de-whipped after I refused to support some impeachment motion that came to this House. But that's not the reason I've stood, Madam Speaker. I have stood to support because I was part of this process. And Madam Speaker, one of the things that we encountered when we were doing a lot of these audits, or one of the things that we noted, was mainly the refusal, the delay, or even the manipulation of the necessary audit documents by some of these state corporations. Madam Speaker, I would like to...
Point of order here.
Yeah, I've just realized that our digital system, the televisions are not working very well. So I'm worried, is the Hansard on? Is it just affecting the screens, or it's affecting, including the voice? And as you know, it's mandatory. The Hansard has to run. So if we got confirmation from the people concerned,
yes,
or does it only affect the member of Tetu because of his past participation, and particularly, Honorable Speaker, for the motion he mentioned? Could we get clarification?
Yes, I can clarify that even when the substantive speaker was on the chair earlier, we already had some problems, and he informed me, but they had already notified the ICT team. So the ICT team are trying to work on it. But I think what happens is, as long as the voice, the sound is there, we'll be able to have the Hansard. I think it's the screens that are having a challenge because the mics are working. Yes, so we may proceed. Yeah. No, we had a problem.
Madam Speaker, unfortunately now, Kenyans will not see me talk, but and especially Tetu people who love me dearly. But that as it may, allow me to proceed and thank you, Honorable Mboka, for the timely intervention, and especially trying to confirm if this is sabotage.
Actually, I'm informed that it's the display of the screens in the House, but it doesn't mean the feed is not reaching our servers. So you can still retrieve it from the Hansard section.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is comforting. Madam Speaker, to go to the substantive issues I would like to raise. You realize that a lot of our state corporations, despite this House allocating them money year in, money year out, these have become dens of corruption, mismanagement, pilferage and plunder of national resources. Madam Speaker, my 2 or so years in this committee, I was shocked just to learn the level of rot in some of our state organizations, and the level at which they go to somehow conceal some of these very, very glaring issues. And Madam Speaker, it is important that this House over time, and I still need to familiarize myself with the legislation in terms of what happens after these reports are tabled, because to the best of my knowledge, I have not seen anybody arrested, prosecuted, and maybe convicted out of some of the reports that we raised in this House. Yet, Madam Speaker, in some of the instances, we saw open and glaring conflicts of interest. We saw open and glaring, misdeeds that, Madam Speaker, should actually be just placed in front of the CID and arrest is made.
What is your point of order?
I just want to inform the Honorable Member for Tetu, who is a very good friend of mine, that the reports of this House are not in vain. The recommendations of committees are not in vain. And I want to confirm to him that in one of the recommendations of the committee that I chair, that we referred the matters of Moi University to EACC. And I want to confirm to him that indeed the CEO, the Vice Chancellor, was arrested and is charged in court. So this house is not in vain, the Honorable Member for Tetu. And allow me also, maybe sometime later, to induct him properly, now that I'm a ranking member of this House, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. And remember, the committees are at liberty to recommend prosecution.
Mr. Speaker,
even recommend that the person cannot hold public office.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I think you need to protect me from
I think I'll let
the
you
continuous point of order.
Now.
And I know my friend Dr. Udo would like to further make input. But Madam Speaker, it's good that Honorable Boka is giving me words of comfort. But Madam Speaker, of course, we would like to see more. We would want these reports to constitute the basis of serious points of prosecution. Just like the majority leader here has said, that up to today, some of the COVID billionaires are walking scot-free, and some of them were covered in some of these audits. But there is one specific one I would like to raise, Madam Speaker, about the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. When we did the audits for all these years that are listed here, nearly 13 years, because the audit was that much behind. Madam Speaker, we saw some very interesting dealings between the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation and an organization called GoTV Africa, and another one called MultiChoice. And Madam Speaker, what was surprising, and I remember the chairman of the, recently when there was a vetting of principal secretaries, I remember the chairman, raising some of these issues, that one of the people who we fingered out for conflict of interest is now the principal secretary in charge of the same information and broadcasting division. And Madam Speaker, it shows that some of these reports may not necessarily see the proper light of day, because the people we are hoping to implement some of these things are the same people who are mentioned in some of these reports. And Madam Speaker, some of us try to raise and say that even if this man had to become a PS, and we had no issue with him becoming a PS, he could have become a PS for gender, for agriculture, or a committee that is a little bit far away from matters KBC. So Madam Speaker, I rise to support, and I like the comfort my chairman here is giving me, that indeed we will see prosecutions. And I think those are some of the prosecutions we should start with. The people who stole money from KBC, the people who manipulated the shareholding of KBC, in GoTV and MultiChoice, the people who plundered KEMSA, and they are still walking scot-free. Madam Speaker, these are the things that we want to see happening, because this House has to regain its place as a custodian and as a watchman of the people's resources. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mombasa, Honorable Sanza Mchimba.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kuchangia ripoti hii ambayo imetolewa na kamati inayohusika na ambayo imetoa ripoti kuhusu Auditor General kuhusiana na cooperation states za serikali. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka niseme hivi. Ni dhahiri shahiri ukiangalia ripoti hii kuwa mambo mengi ama pesa nyingi za taifa zinapotea kwa sababu ya kuzembea kwa wale ambao wanahusika katika hizi states tofauti. Mheshimiwa Spika, naangalia hata ukiangalia mashamba, kwa mfano KBC, KEMSA na wengine wengi, mashamba ambayo wanafaa kujenga ama kuendeleza miradi tofauti ya serikali hayana hata title deed. Mheshimiwa Spika, na nikitoa ushahidi dhahiri ni kuwa hata Mombasa kuna wakati tulitembea katika idara ya maji, tukapata kuwa wanashamba wanasema shule pengine ile ya Nyali primary imechukua shamba yao, lakini wakiulizwa title deed, Mheshimiwa Spika, hawana. na wale wenye shule wana title deed. Sasa unajiuliza, serikali ndio ilienda kwa watu na haina title deed, ama watu walipataje title deed wakati serikali haina? Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi ningeomba hivi, KEMSA wote pia wako katika hiyo category. Wana mashamba wanasema ni yao, lakini title deed hakuna. Kenyatta Hospital wana mashamba wanasema ni yao ambao ni ya serikali, lakini title deed hakuna. Ikiwa tunaweza kuchukua hizi title deeds zote, ikawa Wizara ya Fedha ndio inaweza kushughulikia hizi title deeds, ili wapate title deeds ambazo ni za serikali katika wizara moja, itakuwa imesaidia serikali, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na hata hii ndio inasababisha, Mheshimiwa Spika, kama ukanda wa Pwani, sisi tuna matatizo sana ya mashamba. Watu wamekaa miaka zaidi ya 100, lakini unapata wanakuja wanavunjiwa nyumba zao, wanaambiwa shamba hili ni la wizara fulani, shamba hili ni la sehemu fulani, wakati ambapo wao wenyewe wamekaa miaka yote wako pale. Na ndio maana niweze kumpongeza rais kwa kuweza kutuwekea 1.5 billion ya kuweza kufidia mashamba ya wale ambao hawana title deed na wamekaa miaka mingi pale waweze kupata zile title deed. Hii itatoa ile sintofahamu ambayo imekuwako baina ya wananchi pengine na serikali, ama hata na wale wezi wa mashamba ambaye anakuja hapa Ardhi House, anaangalia sehemu fulani haina title deed, anaongaongana humo ndani, anachukua hiyo hati miliki, anakuja kuvunjia watu. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, naangalia ripoti hii, pesa nyingi sana zinafujwa, na hata accountant anakuwa mzito wa kutoa zile records kwa sababu anajua kuna kitu fulani kimefanyika. Mheshimiwa Spika, itakuwa kila wakati pengine Wakenya wanamlaumu rais, wanalaumu viongozi wa juu, kumbe huku ndani chini kuna watu ambao wanafanya makatafunwa yao. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa mfano mdogo tunaangalia bado NHIF iko inadaiwa na Kenyatta Hospital. Unashindwa hii hata iliweza kusongezwa ikaingia kwenye SHA. Mheshimiwa Spika, juzi rais ametuelezea wazi kitu kama idara kama NSSF miaka ya nyuma ilikuwa katika miaka 50 wamekusanya only 300 and something billion, lakini alivyokuja akaweka mikakati mzuri ikawa Wakenya wanalipa 600 katika NSSF. Mara hii Kenya wamekusanya maradufu, na akatuambia kuwa hizi hazina ambazo tunajiwekea sisi wenyewe zitakuja kusaidia, badala ya kwenda kukopa China pesa, kukopa nchi zingine pesa, tuanze kuweka vitu vyetu bandari sijui nini, itakuwa tunajikopa sisi wenyewe na tunajilipa. Mheshimiwa Spika, ambayo mimi naweza kumpongeza rais kwa juhudi zake, lakini wale wanaohusika kule chini mimi nawaomba wawache wizi ili wasiweze kuharibia taifa hili jina. Mwisho, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa niaba ya Wakenya naomba Mheshimiwa Rais Samia Suluhu msamaha. Watoto wetu wamekosea, nyinyi ni majirani zetu, tunaomba msamaha na tutakaa tukikaa kwa wema na kupendana kama taifa. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
The member for Kilome. Member for Kilome. Order, Honorable Zamzam. Honorable Zam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Proceed, member for Kalome. Order, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Kilome, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this report.
Order, Honorable Zamzam. No, Honorable Zamzam, you can say that formally.
I seek protection, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this report. Honorable Speaker, having been in PIC, Education and Governance, we have really interrogated these reports, and I can assure you that these committees are doing marvelous job when it comes to safeguarding public resources. Honorable Speaker, I attest, having been in a public investment committee in education and governance, the same as in social services, we need, as members of this house, we need
to get into details into our institutions so that we can safeguard public money. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to issue of accounting for this money, which, of course, we have been pushing for the Treasury to release money to these institutions. So at the same time, we need to see proper accountability of the same funds. Honorable Speaker, I urge this committee under the chair, Wangwe, to make sure that they move with speed, because I've realized that most of the institutions have been audited, but as members of parliament, oversight committees have not been able to make proper utilization of the reports from the Auditor General. So, Honorable Speaker, protect me, Honorable Speaker. There's a lot of noise coming from my...
Honorable Sansan, please stop the Kamukunji.
Please, give us time.
Do it outside. Yeah, we listen to you quietly, so I think give your colleague an opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for protecting my contribution. Honorable Speaker, as I stand here, we have so much money going to waste. And it is only this House, after you get the report from the Auditor General, who can pursue, interrogate, scrutinize every coin to see proper use of public funds. Honorable Speaker, because I'm here to contribute to my committee, in Public Investment Committee, I can give my honorable colleagues time to contribute on this matter, because I'm here to contribute on the other side of the PIC in the education and governance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you. The Honorable Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also rise.
Member for Turkana, if you just remove your card so that you don't confuse me. And the Honorable Member, yes, I think that's the one person who has spoken already. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also take this opportunity to congratulate and sincerely thank the committee to have taken effort to review long outstanding and past audit reports. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to dwell on specific issues. Allow me to dwell on some basic issues, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya 2010 has very clear provisions on when specific audit reports ought to be debated. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to bring to the attention of the House, I think it's Article 226. Article 226, Honorable Speaker, and I want to seek your indulgence, Honorable Speaker, that we take this matter very, very seriously. Article 229, specifically of the Constitution of Kenya, requires that the audits must be completed within 6 months, tabled and debated in Parliament within 3 months. Honorable Speaker, we know there has been a backlog, and that backlog, Honorable Speaker, is a matter that requires to be addressed. But we must address this matter, Honorable Speaker, in light of the ruling in the High Court case number HCJR/E082/2023 that invalidated the findings of the Committee of the County Assembly of Nairobi in view of the recommendations. I therefore want to urge the House Business Committee, I want to urge the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly, I want to urge Parliamentary Service Commission, for the work of the committees, or the watchdog and oversight committees, to have any legal effect, to have any constitutional effect, we must comply with the provisions of the Constitution that says the audit reports must be debated and approved by Parliament within 3 months after tabling by the Office of the Auditor General. The Office of the Auditor General, in the old Audit Act, even in the Constitution, is required to review and table the report 6 months after the end of the financial year. The financial year ends on 30th June of any given year. So it means by December, the Office of the Auditor General must have reviewed and submitted the reports to the Parliament by then. In the past, they complained there was non-compliance, there was failure to supply documents. They would go to the entities, SAGAS or MDS. They say they are not ready, or they give reports that fell late. With the amendments with the Audit Act, actually condense the period, so we give the Office of the Auditor General enough time to review and prepare and submit the reports. I therefore want to urge, let me repeat again, that the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly, Parliamentary Service Commission, and all the relevant organs of this House must put into place measures, must facilitate, adequately fund, and provide adequate facilitation to the Oversight and Watchdog Committees, that's Public Accounts Committee, the various PICs, Special Funds Committee, and all those committees, that they complete the audit process and table their reports, preferably not beyond May of the subsequent years. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, all this talking we are making here, all these reports will just become for record purposes, academic purposes. And I only honestly sympathize. Financial year of 2018-2019 being presented today, even if you made a recommendation, how do you enforce that recommendation? Because whoever was in charge is either dead, has retired, is suffering in the villages, all his sugarcane has been now been released without his authority, he cannot be of no value to this country. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Member, Honorable Kihungi. Give him the mic. He had requested he didn't have a mic.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker is start to speak on the audit report for the Committee of PIC. Madam Speaker, one thing I want to say is that as the one member has put it, the most important thing is timeline. And one thing I've noticed is that the Office of the Auditor General is coming out clearly as an office that is stamping its authority in the institutions. Some of the works they are doing is clearly seen that this office is really working. But as a parliament, we are its backbone, because whenever these reports they do, first of all, they take too long before they are discussed by the committee. Secondly, there is no action. I remember there was this one report by the committee, which arrested one of our members for, I think, 70-something years. It made it very serious in respect to the National Assembly to know how it can execute on issues to fight against corruption. Madam Speaker, we wish to support the report, but we wish to call upon the committees to understand that the Office of Auditor General, even whenever they realize that the Parliament is not acting on their report, well, even if they become serious, even if they become aggressive, even if they become, they start against corruption, but realize whenever that report comes to Parliament, there will be no action. We will demoralize the institution, and the country is the one that will suffer. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I wish to support the report, and I call upon the oversight committees also to take their position clearly. Let be seen working. Because whenever reports come here, they are clean, but the news that are going around the papers from the Auditor General, they are glaring corruption going on. It will be seen somehow Parliament is compromised. But one big issue is timeline. Because you find a committee is auditing maybe reports of 2017. Therefore, that report has no essence. Because what we should do is to make sure we work with backlog and make sure we are dealing with the day-to-day issue. And that's where the impact of Parliament will be felt. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Boyben, Honourable Phyllis Barto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also voice my concerns in as far as these audit reports are concerned. Madam Speaker, one particular one is on the issue of land for KEMSA and KBC. An example is a case where KEMSA doesn't have titles for 32 parcels of land, and likewise to KBC, where even one of the pieces of land is still in the name of the colonial government, for that matter. Madam Speaker, that's a very serious concern, given that we have people in Kenya who have appetite for land, and that is a very fertile ground for land grabbers. So, Madam Speaker, that is a very serious concern, and it's not just those state corporations which have been mentioned. It is a symptom. It affects the entire society in Kenya. Even our institutions of higher learning or even schools. We still have schools in Kenya, Madam Speaker, who are in operation for many years, but they don't have a title. And that's why sometimes they cannot develop, or it becomes problematic for them to get to be allocated finances because they don't have. Madam Speaker, the issue of documentation. It is very embarrassing that we have state officers, we have civil servants in Kenya drawing from the national cake, and they are sitting pretty in offices, and they are not able to submit documents for auditing. Madam Speaker, that is very shameful, and it's interesting that they are still serving in those offices. What are they doing? They are earning taxpayers' money, and they are not able to perform their duties. Madam Speaker, that is very shameful. And such officers, Madam Speaker, should be sent on compulsory leave until they comply. Otherwise, what are they doing in offices? And that is why we find ourselves in situations where institutions collapse. A case in point is Moi University. Moi University is a big institution which has churned so many graduates, so many prominent men and women in Kenya. But the other day, it is going to the drain. It has to retrench 800 employees who have served that institution for many years diligently. And now they have been told to just pack and leave, to go where without payment, without anything. It is because of such situations that institutions don't do proper accounts, so that governments are not informed. I mean, the government is not informed of the real situation, the real position, so that one time when it just closes doors, we sit back and ask ourselves, what exactly happened? It is because of people who sit in these offices and they refuse to do to follow due process, or refuse to do due diligence in their various responsibilities. The report also indicates that most of these institutions have weak governance. So does it mean that we are having people who are serving in these offices who are incompetent? How do they find themselves there? And yet, we have Kenyans who are very qualified. We have Kenyans who have been trained, and they are very competent. Why can't they step down and allow those people who are able, those people who are competent, to run those corporations? Madam Speaker, it is very embarrassing. And when I looked at the audit reports, some are dated. I mean, why should it be? I mean, if this is what is happening, if this happened some time back, I'm even worried that this is 2025. Exactly what is going on at this point? Things must be going AY. Madam Speaker, I think we have to get serious, and we have to task the people we put in we give.
You can give her a minute, just finish her sentence.
Sorry. We have to get serious in the people we give them responsibilities to run our institutions and get the right people and task them. Otherwise, we will be going back and forth forever, and that is what brings development down. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Githunguri, Honorable Wamushomba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this report from the committee that oversights these organizations listed here: the Kenya National Hospital, the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, the Kenya Veterinary Board, and the National Authority of the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse. Madam Speaker, it's very disappointing that today, being May 2025, we are discussing reports of 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021. It's very unfortunate because if there is anybody who wanted to go away or run away with an offense that may have been picked from this report, there is nothing much that can be done to salvage public money. So issues that have been raised here by the member for Funyula, matters timelines, matters deadlines. I think these are critical issues if really we want to be the house that oversights these institutions. Madam Speaker, as we talk about 2017-2018, on matters finances, I am more concerned about impact of this institution on the Kenyan voters. Madam Speaker, I come from Kiambu County, and I'm sure you know, even in your county, Madam Speaker, Uasin Gishu, we have a very serious problem on alcoholism. We have a very serious problem of drug abuse, a serious problem of suicide, dropouts, teenage pregnancies, crime, all emanating from issues of drug addiction. Madam Speaker, if we are seated here today discussing reports of 2018, 2019, yet we are struggling with a serious drug abuse of the current year, when will the issue of this current year be discussed in this house? If this is the trend, it means the issues of this current year will be discussed in 2030. And this is very serious. Why are we elected? We are elected to deal with matters of the day, rescue the generation of the day, provide interventions and solutions for the matters of the day. So if we cannot be discussing why our young people are indulging in drugs now, reports that I would be excited to discuss in this house with a lot of energy and vigor are the reports of how Nakada is sorting out the drug menace in Kiandutu slums of Thika in Kiambu County. How Nakada is sorting out the issues of proliferation of cannabis. Madam Speaker, right now, if you look at the reports that we are consuming from the Kenyatta National Hospital and Ministry of Health, it is shocking that in every 11 young boys and girls in Kenya, between 15 and 24 years, 1 in every 11 of them are consuming drugs. Not just drugs, they are consuming cannabis. They are committing suicide. They are dropping out of school. So when we come here and discuss finances of 2018, 2019, yet the boys and girls are dropping out of school and committing suicide, what are we doing in this house? So, Madam Speaker, I am very concerned that this is the trend, and it is us in this house that must change this trend. Let us be discussing matters that concerns our people's livelihood in the current parliament. Why are we carrying forward businesses that were supposed to be conducted in this house back in 2017? Madam Speaker, I served in this parliament in 2017, 2018. The same story I'm speaking today of my young sons and daughters indulging in drugs are still happening in my county. What is Nakada doing? Are we perennially going to be funding them and we are still crying and whining over the same problems that we've been going through? So, Madam Speaker, in as much as I rise to support this report, I want to throw a challenge into this house. We must be the face and the voice of doing good, not only for ourselves, but for the people we represent. So as we speak right now, I'll be very much interested to throw a challenge to Nakada to tell us, now that 632 young men in this country are confirmed to be addicts of cannabis, what are they doing? Are we going to continue like this forever? Madam Speaker, I submit. Thank you.
We'll now close. We'll finish with the Honorable Member for Kigumo or the Honorable Member for, I think, also Marsabit. Just those two, then we can close.
Thank you very much.
Make sure the chairman is here.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I start to raise and support this report by PIC. And I think the issue of timelines cannot be overemphasized. I've heard my colleague talk about NACADA, whose reports we are discussing from 2017 and 2018. And we have also reports from Kenya Broadcasting Corporation from the year 2000, 2001. And it is shocking that we can be debating reports that are 26 years old. I am sure there are people who were born and they are in this parliament and they are younger than the reports that we are discussing. So we cannot continue on the same path. And I think it's prudent on us to start debating current matters so that if there are issues that are arising, we are able to tackle them. The issue of NACADA cannot be overemphasized. This is the only body that we've entrusted with looking after our young children, and we come from counties that are affected by all manner of drugs, from alcohol, from mogoka, from miraa, and I think we need to be asking them to be responsible, to be answerable to this house, because we are people's representatives. And we can't be observing every time we are losing our young ones, because the bodies entrusted with this work are not effective. So, as much as we are supporting the reports, is it possible to start debating current reports and maybe give leeway to the reports that have not come to this house and we debate them in future so that we catch up? Or is there a way that our Public Investments Committee can be able to fast track them? It is a song that we sing every year when the reports come and we are adopting reports. We will complain about the timelines. We will complain about the time it's taken to have the reports looked at. And I know next year we'll still be doing the same. So maybe it's the chance that we have as the 13th Parliament to make sure that all the audited reports that are here, if not current, are maybe 2-3 years old. I want to finish by saying that as much as the report come to the House, there are issues that are still being raised out there. And I don't know, is it that we are not able to publicly or publicize what we do in this House? Because every time you look at the papers and the Auditor General's report, as much as you say that we've looked at numbers, we've looked at figures, and they are good, we will still find that weird cases of corruption being reported. So it's also on us as a House to make sure that the reports we adopt are publicized and they reflect the true reality of the bodies that we are looking at. So I submit and I support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. And the Honorable Member for Marsabit, Honorable Naomi Wako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this report that has been tabled. And from the onset, I want to say that I support the report and also congratulate the committee for giving us such a detailed report that can guide this House. Honorable Speaker, having gone through the report, there are things that we cannot allow to continue in this country. Number one, a report that has details of things that has happened for the last 26 years is not something that we should be excited about, because we've had different parliament. 12th parliament was there, 11th parliament was there, 10th parliament was there, and the reports would have been presented and tabled, and issues that are of concerns would have been dealt with. But unfortunately today we are seated here talking of reports of about 26 years and revealing different gaps that are there and the challenges that we are going through as a country. Honorable Speaker, we should be concerned of this and also come up with the way forward so that even as we continue working on this report and seeing how best we can handle measures, serious measures to control the bad practice that is there should be put in place so that we can be able to have controls of finances and also encourage the different institutions to be more effective. Honorable Speaker, one of the observations that the committee made is lack of ownership of documents on land and buildings. When the land does not belong to this institution, when the building does not belong, then you are sure of poor management, lack of commitment, and poor work performance. Honorable Speaker, we are Kenyans and we know how land issue is emotive. And the fact that these institutions have challenges with that because it clearly says the committee observed and noted with concern that Kenyatta National Hospital, Kenyatta Medical Supplies Authority, KEMSA, and Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, KBC, did not possess title documents for the land and buildings in their occupation. This is a big failure, and something needs to be done, and a serious attention needs to be given to this so that at least we can be sure of the ownership. Honorable Speaker, again, the report says that for various parcels of land, some were illegally and procedurally carved out and registered in the name of private developer. This should be a matter of concern to all of us. How can we say that Kenyatta National Hospital is registered under the name of private developer? The corruption that we have been talking about since independence seems to be very real and coming out, because when we talk of corruption, it is not only cash, it is not only money-based corruption, but the issue of land and other things is also included. In this matter, I think this House should be getting concerned of what is happening. Again, Honorable Speaker, the other serious concern that the committee has observed is delay in availing documents to the Auditor General. I think these institutions is where serious corruption is taking place. How can they delay in giving their documents to the Auditor General for the audit? The committee observed that some accounting officers did not avail complete and reconciled financial and accounting records. This is very serious. Why should we have the officers who are unable to avail reports on time? Again, Honorable Speaker, my time is almost up. Poor governance and weak internal controls. It seems as if they have serious control problems, and internal controls is not in place, and they so that I can finish. Yeah, thank you. There is a serious plan in coordination of poor performance, corruption, and everything. How can they not have internal controls in terms of accounting? And how can they have, how can they not have board directors in place? I know that can be even beyond them, but Honorable Speaker, serious issues have been brought out. Our young people are suffering. We cannot continue this way. And I say that I support the report, but we must take serious action so that we can salvage the situation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The chairperson is not here, so we shall have him to reply at the next session so we can proceed with our next order.
Order number 10, motion, report on consideration of the audited accounts of state corporations for Central Region.
Yes, Honorable Wanami, proceed, Chairperson.
know why they are sabotaging me.
Oh, you don't have a chairperson public investment?
Thank you,
Committee on
Honorable
Governance
Speaker.
and Education.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that this House adopts the third report of the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education on the examination of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the state corporations and the Central Region for the financial years 2018-19, 2019-20, and 2020-21, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, December 6th, 2023. Honorable Speaker, in this report, the committee handled the following agencies: Nyandarua National Polytechnic, Gitanga Technical and Vocational College, Madenge Technical Training Institute, Tetu Technical and Vocational College, Madhioya Technical and Vocational College, Mukrueini Technical Training Institute, Kieni Technical and Vocational College, Runyenjes Technical and Vocational College, Kamukunji Technical and Vocational College, PC Kinyanjui Technical and Training Institute, Thika Technical Training Institute, Ngong Technical and Vocational College, Multimedia University, Kiambu Institute of Science and Technology, Gatundu South Technical and Vocational College, Kipipiri Technical and Vocational College, Michuki Technical Training Institute, and Kenyatta University. Honorable Speaker, just trying to go to the relevant information only, Honorable Speaker. The committee proposes policy recommendations aimed at addressing financial and audit challenges, and at the same time recommends specific actions against officers who may have acted contrary to the law. It further recommends additional investigation of certain matters by the relevant investigative agencies such as the EACC, the DCI, forensic, directed by the forensic audits by the Office of the Auditor General. Honorable Speaker, these observations and recommendations, if considered and implemented, will enhance accountability, effectiveness, transparency, efficiency, prudent management, commercial viability and value for money in state corporations, and the public investments made in governance and education. Honorable Speaker, the committee places responsibility on the Office of the Auditor General for the quality of the audit reports tabled in the House. It has come to the committee's attention that pertinent matters that should have been highlighted in the reports were not raised by the Auditor General. During site visits, the committee has frequently encountered concerns related to construction projects and their implementation and management. Kenyatta University, for instance, had 4 stalled projects at the foundation level worth 616 million for 27,834. The committee could not, however, not ascertain whether the institution obtained value for money for the funds so far spent. The committee noted that the above issues had not been raised in the Auditor General's report. As a result, the committee requested for a special audit to be conducted by the Auditor General on this matter. The committee also noted that various officers had been serving in an acting capacity beyond the stipulated timelines. If I may expound on the issue of Kenyatta University a bit.
Let's allow him to finish moving it first.
And I'm sure I don't want to spoil my soup. Honorable Speaker, if I were to talk about the issue of Kenyatta University, you realize that they have spent a whopping 600 million. And you can hardly see anything beyond the foundation level. And in fact, when we went, we were asking, where is the project? The Vice Chancellor was just saying here, and you cannot see anything. And they have spent 600 million. Yeah, and you know, it becomes sad that the Auditor General did not capture this. So when we engage the Office of the Auditor General, Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General is not sufficiently funded. We want to implore on this House, especially now during the budget making process, that may we sufficiently fund the office of these oversight offices, you know, the Auditor General, the budget, what is her name? Madam, what is her name? The Controller of Budget. They're doing a very good job, Honorable Speaker. And they will not function, we will not get proper value for money if they're not properly resourced. And having dealt with them, I can also confirm that they are indeed made of steel and they're doing their work to oversight government. On governance and administration structures, the committee observes a peculiar governance and management situation at the Kiambu Institute of Science and Technology, KIST. It was observed that KIST operates under the management of two distinct boards, namely the Board of Trustees and the Board of Governors. The TVETS Act of 2013 vests the responsibility for managing all TVETS institutions in Board of Governors. Of particular concern is the situation regarding the Institute's land ownership. The Board of Trustees held 200 acres of land in trust for the institution. However, following the enactment of TVET Act 2013, it is required that all the property of the institute be transferred in the name of KIST and be managed by the Board of Governors. The Board of Trustees has, however, relinquished only 70 acres of land to the Board of Governors, remaining with 130 acres. The committee further notes with concern that the registered Board of Trustees obtained a loan totaling to 158 million for its sole use. The loan was secured by a fixed and floating debenture on all the assets of KISS. This is a very sad scenario, Honorable Speaker, that we have an institution that was started by well-wishers, old men and women of goodwill from Kiambu County. They came together through donations, through Harambes, the Njenga Karumes, the Kenyatas. They decided that this area of ours needs an institution of learning. Then they vested the mandate to run this institution in a Board of Trustees. Then, now we have a new set of Board of Trustees who have taken over the institution against the law with the enactment of 2013 TVETS Act, Honorable Speaker. These trustees have refused to surrender the land property belonging to KIST to the Board of Governors. Shockingly, they even trade on these properties. They have gone to the banks, Cooperative Bank to be specific, and borrowed a lot of money, Honorable Speaker, on the name of the properties of KIST. And they think they own this country. When we went there with the committee, Honorable Speaker, the first thing we were advised that beef up your security because you will not land. Many committees have tried and they have not landed. Honorable Speaker, we went, actually they're just criminals participating in criminal enterprise. We threw them out. I hear they found their way back. I want to implore on this House to be firm, specifically on the issue of Kiambu Institute, KIST. That these people who purport to be trustees, and are not the original trustees of this land and of this property, that they must be shown the door yesterday Upon adoption of this report, we will be making a specific advisory to Ministry of Education and Ministry of Interior that these crooks must be dealt. They must be behind the bars. Honorable Speaker, these are the people who need to be in jail, not the other people that we are discussing in this House. The committee recommends that the Board of Trustees be declared persona non grata. They should henceforth cease to interfere in the matters of the Institute. The committee further recommends that the Board of Governors take the necessary steps to ensure that the property of the Institute is vested in the name of Kiambu Institute of Science and Technology, as provided for in the TVETs Act 2013. Further, the governance structure of the Institute be restructured in accordance with the provision outlined in the TVET Act of 2013 so as to have the government interest represented by the Board of Governors, Cabinet Secretaries for the National Treasury, and Ministry of Education. Understaffing in the TVET institutions. The committee observed that the technical and vocational colleges are facing an acute shortage of both teaching and non-teaching staff. The ideal trainer-to-trainee ratio as recommended by the World Bank is 1 to 25, while the Ministry of Education recommends a ratio of 1 to 30. Unfortunately, in certain instances, the ratio in some courses has reached as high as 1 to 130. Then that beckons the question of what kind of students that are coming out of these institutions, Honorable Speaker. This House must be firm. We must resource the Ministry of Education, and we must be firm to Treasury. Then they used to operate under the funding model called DUC, and hardly did they even ever reach 50% of their bargain of what they were to send to these institutions. This House must be firm. This situation significantly impacts the quality of education and training offered to students. The committee also noted an inequitable allocation of resources in TVETs, with some regions having well-equipped institutions while others have dire situations with limited to deteriorating facilities. Honorable Speaker, we want this House to be firm on the rules of equity and natural justice, that every region must share to the national cake. It is sad, Honorable Speaker, that some areas, some regions in this country have as many TVET institutions and these institutions of higher learning more than some other regions. When you go to an area like Turkana, for instance, there is a Turkana University. You cannot compare. It doesn't look like a university. It's a university on paper. So we are asking this House to prioritize when it comes to allocation of resources to this institution, that let us be fair. Let us observe equity. Let every region feel part and parcel of this country, and so that the students that come out of these institutions must be properly prepared for the job market. The committee recommends suspending the establishment of new technical and vocational educational and training TVET institutions until existing ones are upgraded to meet the requisite standards. This will ensure that the quality of education and training is enhanced, contributing to workforce and improvement of national competitiveness, prioritizing resource consolidation and educational optimization. The committee recommends targeting neglected regions and prioritizing the TVET sector in resource allocation to address underfunding and employ infrastructure. Adequate funding would attract and retain high qualified instructors, thereby enhancing the quality of education. Honorable Speaker, poor accounting standards and general incapacity of some accounting officers. The committee found that due to previous lack of exposure to the audit process, culminating in parliamentary review, some accounting officers were ignorant or non-compliant with the various provisions of the PFM Act of 2012 and Public Audit Act of 2015. Audit queries spanning as far back as year 2018-19 remained unresponded to by some agencies who were only jolted to actions once invited by the committee. Most severe was Madhyoya TVC, which relied on a trainer as its volunteer accountant, invariably resulting in unintended audit queries. And under this, Honorable Speaker, we must thank the wisdom of the leadership of this House that saw the need to split the giant PIC into 3 PICs. Most of these institutions were never audited. In fact, some of them were in slumberland. They never thought that they needed to account for these monies. And when we started auditing them, Honorable Speaker, I can tell you some were shaking. In fact, to realize that they're now coming to meet the parliamentary committee, it was a headache. Many had very many excuses as to why they cannot avail themselves. But with the time now, they're getting used to, and we're getting proper standards in auditing. The committee recommends that the National Treasury and the Office of the Auditor General conduct annual sensitization and capacity building for all accounting officers and finance staff in state corporations on their responsibilities during audit cycle and adherence to IPAS. Let submission of supporting documentation. The committee observed that some accounting officers failed to submit supportive documentation to the Auditor General in time during the audit cycle, as required under Section 68 of the PFM Act. This invariably led to the committee discussing matters that should ordinarily not feature in the final report, some as mundane as accounts not balancing. Honorable Speaker, our committee has been firm. The committee that I chair of this House has been firm, and we have, to the extent that accounting officer must provide all the documentation within the accounting cycle, within the audit cycle. Failure to which it comes with penalties. We have surcharged very many officers, we have penalized very many officers, and we can report to this House it is bearing fruit. The committee recommends that accounting officers henceforth comply with Section 68(2)(k) of the PFM Act 2012 by providing supportive documentation on time. The committee in subsequent audits will prescribe punitive measures to those accounting officers who fail to adhere to the requirements. Unsecured stroke untitled land holdings. Honorable Speaker, I think this is an issue that cuts across most institutions. The committee also observed cases where land held by various institutions was not secured and titled accordingly. This led to encroachment in some cases with the potential of eventual forfeiture or loss. The committee took note of the fact that many state corporations had illegal encroachments on their land. For instance, the Kenyatta University has faced a situation where 140 acres of its land has been encroached upon by illegal squatters. Despite a court ruling in favor of the university, these squatters have persisted on the property, even constructing buildings and earning rental incomes from their unlawful parcels of land. Honorable Speaker, this is an unlawful act being perpetuated by thieves, by people who have decided to steal public property. 140 acres of land belonging to Kenyatta University has been stolen. And they are high scrapers. People have built there very serious, developers have put very serious buildings. And Honorable Speaker, when we went there, we were equally warned. And for this, we did not even succeed to land. We were warned, these people run, they have goons that they have put on notice by appearing anywhere in a manner that suggests that you want to deal with that land. Honorable Speaker, it is unfair. In current dispensation, we should not be having such. And we implore on the director, on the head of the police service, Inspector General, to move with speed and provide security because the judiciary has pronounced itself to this matter. This land belongs to Kenyatta University, and Kenyatta University must have this land, Honorable Speaker. We want to move with speed so that, and to shock this House, Honorable Speaker, the names that were being floated, having grabbed this land, you will be shocked, Honorable Speaker. They are the high and mighty. They are the high and mighty. Honorable Kirima wants to give me information, Honorable Speaker. Would you allow, or I proceed? No, he has not requested. Okay. Some of them are high and mighty, Honorable Speaker, and at the end of the day, we are going to shame them on this floor. Because this country must continue in the right direction. The committee recommends that the National Land Commission and the relevant ministries immediately ensure that all state corporations secure titles to all their parcels of land. These institutions and the National Treasury must also prioritize fencing off all land holdings to forestall further encroachment. The committee recommends that encroachers face full extent of the law and are evicted and charged in court. The committee further recommends that the Attorney General put together a multi-agency team with a mandate to initiate the process of reclaiming land that has been encroached upon by squatters, like the case of Kenyatta University. Furthermore, the Attorney General should collaborate closely with affected state corporations, universities, and institutions to streamline efforts and provide the necessary legal and logistical support for the successful resolution of land encroachment issues. Failure to adhere to gender, ethnicity, and regional balance. This is, Honorable Speaker, this is another area where government institutions have done very badly. The law proposes that an institution must not employ more than 30% from the dominant community. We have a situation, Honorable Speaker, where institutions are having more than 84% from one community, making it difficult for Kenya to coexist as one community. The committee is very firm regarding public institutions having the face of Kenya in their workforce. Several institutions have skewed ethnicity within their staff complement, especially at the senior management level. This was especially manifested in those agencies domiciled in areas predominantly inhabited by a particular ethnic group. This report highlights concerns about the underrepresentation of certain ethnic groups, unfair employment practices, and potential discrimination in recruitment, promotion, and other employment-related processes. Despite explanations from the accounting officers that lack of diversity was prevalent in the lower cadres, the committee is of the view that the rife unemployment countrywide attracting an ethically diverse pool of applicants for advertised jobs was tenable. We want to commend the committee of this House that deals with the NCIC. The NCIC, they have done a good job, but that is not enough. We want them to follow up on these institutions so that they adhere to the timelines that they have provided, these committees have provided to them, because it's unfair. All Kenyans need to belong. All Kenyans need to feel that they are part and parcel of this country. All Kenyans pay tax, Honorable Speaker, and all Kenyans must feel Kenyans. We are very firm as a committee to ensure that we will implement this. And in the coming reports, Honorable Speaker, you will see us being more punitive, particularly in this area. The committee recommends that all public agencies must comply with the constitutional provision on equity and inclusiveness buttressed by the National Cohesion and Integration Act, number 12 of 2008. The committee also recommends amending the TVET Act 2013 to grant these institutions the authority to engage with the Public Service Commission during hiring process for the 50% allocated to the Board of Governance. Further, the committee recommends that the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, together with the Inspectorate of State Corporations, conduct a biannual examination of ethnic composition in these state-owned enterprises to confirm incremental address of the matter. And Honorable Speaker, lastly, I want to talk about matters of Kenyatta University and Kenyatta University of Teaching and Referral Hospital. Honorable Speaker, Kenyatta University, when they dreamt of starting a medical school, they wanted the students of Kenyatta University to benefit, to be a training school for these students. In the process, Honorable Speaker, they went and with the help of the Treasury and the government, acquired a loan from China, put up a hospital, perhaps one of the biggest hospitals on the Kenyan soil today. In their dream that medical students of Kenyatta University would benefit so that they train serious medical students into the market. Honorable Speaker, the then Vice Chancellor, who did a good job, Professor Olive Mugenda, when she exited and joined now Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital, which was conflict of interest in the view of the committee, decided that now the hospital needs to be autonomous. And in the view of the committee and the view of the Health Committee, Departmental Committee on Health, and the view of the Select Committee on Implementation in the 12th Parliament, she did so to create space for herself, perhaps after retirement. Honorable Speaker, that matter proceeded.
What's your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the honorable member who is moving this motion is actually misleading the House to the effect that she has mentioned the former chair of KUTRH is a person who actually directed, or as a person who actually gave autonomy to Kenyatta Teaching and Referral Hospital. I happen to have been a member of PIC last term, the 12th Parliament that is mentioned. I also happen to be a member of Health Committee. And actually, I can give the chronology and the genesis and what happened as far as the movement of Kenyatta Teaching and Referral Hospital is concerned, from Kenyatta University now to the autonomy that is as a parastatal. It is actually at the dint of executive order by the former President Uhuru Kenyatta. And therefore, the House should be rightly informed.
You're out of order because this is a committee report. So the committee has already reviewed. I think please sit down so I can explain to you. The committee, the Auditor General has made a report to the committee. Yes. The committee has reviewed it and made its own findings. And the committee have the powers of the High Court. And they are free to make their recommendations. You are not holding brief for her, neither are you her lawyer. Yes. If she has a problem with the report of Parliament, then she will instruct her lawyers accordingly and defend herself at the time when she is called to account. But you cannot unanimously, it's not been adopted, but again, you're not, if you wanted to make amendments to it, you should have done it when you were in the committee. You're not a member of the committee. Yes, so at the time it will be debated, then maybe you can raise those issues. But right now he's just moving the report, then it will be seconded, then it will be proposed by the Speaker, and then it shall be open for debate. Then at that time you can speak. Yes. But also, I don't think it is within your power and mandate as a member of parliament to hold brief for state corporations. How do you oversight people that you're holding brief for? So proceed, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Wangwe, as a chair of one of the PICs, will concur with us that the issues we are dealing with are not easy. You can see for yourself, Honorable Speaker, but we decided as a committee that we must work for public good. Honorable Speaker, I want to inform the member that it is a matter that has been interrogated by the Attorney General, by the Auditor General. This is a matter that was before a departmental committee of health in the 12th Parliament. This is a matter that has been dealt by a select committee on implementation of the 12th Parliament, Honorable Speaker. The issue that was important to the committee was the welfare of the student of the Kenyatta University. And Honorable Speaker, we just upheld the resolutions of the two committees of this House. Honorable Speaker, corruption bites, but it bites harder when you are dealing with the higher and the mighty. We decided as a committee that we are going to bail the cat, Honorable Speaker, and that it is incumbent on this House, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that the students of Kenyatta University who dreamt of a hospital, a training facility to make them better doctors, Honorable Speaker, that dream has come to fruition. Further, the committee, Honorable Speaker, my brother is heckling. I have tremendous respect for Honorable Kwenya, but he's making a lot of noise. Further, the committee recommends that the executive arm of the government should make concerted efforts to execute the recommendations put forth by Parliament. For instance, where they encounter obstacles that impede their ability to do so, it is imperative that they effectively communicate the challenges faced in the implementation of these recommendations, providing detailed account of the challenges to Parliament. Kenyatta University students, medical students, should be allowed unrestricted access to the hospital's student wing, as was initially envisaged during the hospital's conception. Additionally, the committee recommends revocation of Gazette Notice number 39 of 2011, of 2021, which amended Legal Notice number 4 of 2019 to exclude the Vice Chancellor of Kenyatta University, from the hospital's board. Honorable Speaker, someone somewhere tried to be mischievous so that to ensure they lock out completely the students of Kenyatta University, they threw out the Vice Chancellor from sitting on the board of the hospital. They ensured that nobody represent the university. Even those decisions leading to the legal notice, the university was not represented. And Honorable Speaker, just to inform the House that these matters were dealt and completely and by two committees of this House, and a decision was reached. What our committee has done, Honorable Speaker, is just to uphold. Two committees cannot be wrong, Honorable Speaker. And lastly, the very last, we are encouraging government to live by its part of the bargain by ensuring that capitation money reaches these institutions on time and in full. Honorable Speaker, the situation is not good in these public institutions, TVETs and universities. Vice chancellors have students in school. Principals have students in school. The year is coming to an end. And as we speak up to now, money has not been remitted to those institutions. We want to urge government to prioritize education, because education is the key enabler in any society. To prioritize education and ensure, now that we have a new funding model, let us ensure that heads of these institutions have money as required by law in time, as appropriated by this House, Honorable Speaker, so that these institutions can be run seamless, so that our students are better. Honorable Speaker, having noted the proceedings of the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education on the examination of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of state corporations for the financial year 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2020-2021, I beg to move and urge the House to adopt this report. And now I request the Honorable Kirima to second this motion.
Honorable Speaker, I do support the motion by the chairman of the PIC.
Raise your mic. Yes.
I do support the motion by the chairman of PIC committee, from which committee I am a member, and the recommendation thereby on given. Madam Speaker, it's only that the recommendations given has been observed by the committee, that they be implemented by the implementing committee. The committee on implementation must take the observations seriously, especially when it comes to the matters of whereby the properties of the institutions are being misappropriated, not within or not according to the law. If you look at matters like the land in Kenyatta University, you come to find that the 12.6 acres, which we are saying, Madam Speaker, that they are occupied illegally by the squatters.
I think let the Kamkunji, Honorable Quayle, if you can take it away.
Which we are saying
allow
that
the member speak.
Yes. Which we are saying, Madam Speaker, that they have been illegally occupied by the squatters. When the committee tried to visit the said piece of land, it could not assess the same, but it could see it at a distance. The 12.6 acres have been developed heavily with stolen buildings, which to some extent goes to an extent of 5 stolen buildings. Big, magnificent buildings which you cannot refer to ordinary squatters. The same buildings, Madam Speaker, have been associated with big names in this country, up to and including big people in this house. And the moment you mention Kamai Rad in Kenyatta University, it raises the hair of some leaders in this house. Madam Speaker, it's upon the recommendations of this committee that whoever is accountable as an accounting officer of an institution or cooperative body must be responsible of the acts which take place within the institution. For what the committee observed, as it has been stated by the chairman, Madam Speaker, is that corruption is really thriving in the government corporations. Corruption whereby buildings,
contracts, procurement procedures are being ignored, and even contracts are extended without following the procedure as required by the law. The officers concerned, the accounting officers concerned, have been fined by this committee. But the committee has been rendered to be toothless because the recommendations which they gave has not been implemented by the implementing committee of this House. Hence, it becomes a taxpayers' money being wasted for no reason. Especially when it comes to spending large or colossal amount of money like 600 million on buildings which cannot be seen, on items which cannot be seen at all. And recommendations have been given that the accounting officers of those institutions must be liable or must compensate as required by the law, that whoever is responsible of the losses of public money must pay the same to the government, so that at least other officers can learn from the one who has been charged for the losses which we incurred. You find that interests have not been cleared. You find that interests have been given without the council's recommendation, without minutes of the council, and institutions are being run annually. You find there is a lot of incompetencies. And like a case of Moi University, incompetence of the officer, accounting officer, led to the collapse of the whole institution, which institution was quite magnificent, an international, a national and international institution. And this is how it is even with Kenyatta University. We have come to find that nepotism has become a mother of incompetence. And that incompetence has ended up being the source of collapsing of our institutions. For whoever has been appointed, those officers, the accounting officers who have been appointed to those institutions, such as Kenyatta University and those others, whoever has been appointed, he thinks that he is there to root. He doesn't know that he is there to be accountable for all actions which take place in that institutions. So when this committee recommends that the person be charged for the losses which has been incurred during his time, we find that that recommendation is not being implemented. And those are the observations of the committee. Madam Speaker, I call upon this House, especially the implementation committee, to see to it that Kenyatta University recovers the land as per the judgment of the court. Because the moment the judgment of the court is passed, and the auctioneers, court believes and the auctioneers are given chance to implement the court judgment, and they cannot implement because of the goons. What were Mikono, as it is said, who are there protecting the big landowners, purporting to be squatters, yet they are not the squatters. How does a squatter manage to put up a 5-story building? How does a squatter manage not to live even in that land, but he is building premises for hire? Where you buy, you find 3 bedroom houses in a 5 building stories. So it's upon this, it's upon the implementation committee to look at it and save our institutions from grabbers. Because this is outright grabbing of the public property. With those few remarks, I second the same motion, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
I think next was Honorable Bissau, member for Kimenini. Oh, let me propose the question, sorry. Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education on its examination of the reports of the Auditor General on financial statements of state corporations, Central Region, for the financial years 2018-2019, financial year 2019-2020, and financial year 2020-2021, laid on the table of this House on Wednesday, 6 December 2023. Member for Kimilili.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think on the onset, it is good to sort of thank the current Parliament, because most of the reports are being looked at from 2018. A work that will have been done by the previous Parliament, or previous Parliaments, but also in the wisdom of the parliamentary leadership to also try to restructure by coming up with the new PICs, Public Investment Committees of the PAC, which I think is a step in the right direction. But what is critical, Madam Speaker, it is very clear that when we've been carrying out the audits, we've noted that there is a lot of deficiency on the side of the Auditor General's office. So what we need to do as a House also is to empower the Auditor General so that they can also have capacity, now that we've restructured from the parliamentary side, to have the peaks that we'll be looking into these institutions. We need to have a clear timeline with the Auditor's General's office telling us exactly where the deficiencies are, and we try to support them as a House by giving them the support they need. Two, when we look at those reports, what has been quite prominent is the issues on asset management.
No, that's not polite. Yeah, if you have the point of order, I've allowed you almost 3 points of orders today. So there's a right, let me allow her point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I like understanding under that 5, no quorum. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Sergeant at Arms, just ring the bell for 10 minutes or 5? 10 minutes. Let's ring the bell for 10 minutes. Let us just stop. You're out of order. Chairperson, you're out of order. Just let's wait for the bell. You can help go look for quorum. The people who wanted to speak, they can have first priority as soon as the... No, let's wait for the bell, quorum bell. Let's just follow the rules. But the people who are here, we are writing down the names, just in case. 4 p.m. This House stands adjourned until Thursday, the 29th May 2025 at 2:30 p.m.